we have a bit of history to bring you here.
It's all set here, the big stage, the big occasion.
The ITTF World Cup is back.
Beautiful, shiny, sparkling city. The biggest stars in the world are here. The crowd has shown up. It's what we've all been waiting for.
Time and time again, these two greats are providing us superb entertainment. A massive moment here.
How can you play table tennis any better? Tested everywhere on the table.
Are we about to witness the turning of tides and the changing of lives?
Watch me in action.
To another flow. To another flow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ITTF Men's and Women's World Cup Macao 2024 now begins.
女士们、先生们，2024年澳门国际乒联男子及女子世界杯比赛现在开始。
Let's welcome players and umpires. First, let's welcome women players. Zeng Jian representing Singapore.
让我们首先欢迎女子世界杯运动员，来自新加坡的曾坚。
So welcome to the Galaxy Arena in Macau, the glittering jewel of the south of China, which appropriately was in fact one of the treasures of the world table tennis calendar.
And next, Shin Yubin representing Korean Republic.
接下来出场的是来自韩国的申玉彬。
And next, let's welcome men players. Isaac representing Singapore.
接下来欢迎男子世界杯运动员，来自新加坡的郭勇。
And here comes Anton Karberg representing Sweden.
下一位出场的是来自瑞典的安东卡尔伯格。
Jian of Singapore, this is an opportunity to maybe rattle some cages. The other
think the third-ranked player in the groups has got a really good opportunity to maybe take some feathers and give themselves a chance going into tomorrow's second match.
You're absolutely right. Only 4 games. We can have a 4-0, we can have a 3-1, we can have a 2-2. And then, of course, it comes to win ratio before they go down to games 1 and points 1 as they work their way through. And that's the fascinating thing indeed about this format, as you rightly say. World number 1, Sun Ying-Cha, was speaking about it at the draw, saying that they're going to have to get their strategy right. This is going to go fast.
Absolutely. I talk about Zeng Jian. She has got absolutely nothing to lose. 39th rank for this particular tournament. Up against a woman she's expected to lose to, but Chen knows her way around the court. She's a double gold winner in the Commonwealth Games. And although she's a bit player with 3 ITTF contender titles, Chen could really, if she gets off to a fast start this morning, could put her into good stead. She could be an outsider, Chen.
Shin Yubin, of course, up against a player who has a wealth of experience comparatively. Shin Yubin, 19 years old right now, of course, and once she had the distinction of being the youngest ever winner of a WTT mixed doubles event. As it is, she comes into this one having played in 6 events already this year. Her performances so far. In Incheon, she was out in the round of 32 and out of pocket over there. Singapore, she made it to the quarterfinals at the Smash, only to be beaten there by Meng. And she is a player who comes up against, as you say, Des, somebody who has plenty of experiences hailing from Yunan originally. And Jian has represented Singapore, and in fact, running strength as a Singapore player, only in 2022.
She certainly has that world rank number 60 as a fair reflection of her quality. She's given some very, very good players an awful lot of titles on the ITTF stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's introduce you to the umpires of this game. 女士们、先生们，现在为您介绍担任本场比赛的裁判员 umpires of women's table 女子球台主裁判 Lagos Miguel from Chile. Assistant umpire 副裁判 Shin Hong Kong China.
The umpire on the next table, yesterday the match of the day, Hong Kong China, assistant umpire,
Actually,
Chen
in 2017 had a world ranking of 17, which speaks to the quality that she does possess. You take a look at our assistant umpire as well there. Just a reminder for you, obviously both of the players coming into this with a right hand, shake hand, attack style.
Early in the morning as well. This is a really contest for Shin Yubin. She's expected to do well. She's done well in the past. But yeah, Zeng Jian. Saying that, what's this beer for, love? To get us underway.
So we will have 1 or 2 very, very close encounters in terms of seeding, but because of the rankings, we'll find some disparity in others. The fact of the matter is, we're just excited to see it get going. And here we go, in Macau. It's World Cup table tennis.
One love.
It's a little bit airy from Shin.
Lap 2.
You spoke about nerves at this early stage of the morning, whatever it may be, whatever you do. The cold to start.
Lap 3.
It's a slow start.
Very tentative so far, Shin Yubin.
Four love.
And once again, there's the experience of the Singapore player piling the pressure on now.
2 backhand errors in a row.
Five love.
And that side spin on the serve is causing problems. Or is it in her mind?
3 into the net, too long. Can I start again?
Lap 6.
Wow, it's 6. and nothing going right for the Korea Republic player. Long way to go just yet, but a dream start for the Singaporean Zeng Jian.
She's just keeping the ball in play. She's forcing the errors out of Shin. She's not having to work very hard to force them. Love 6.
Love 7.
Love 7. And now this is getting serious. This flies by. 4 games only, remember, and she's yet to open her account.
Well.
Make it 8. And just a little glance across to the coach now.
Late onto the backhand. That's 4 backhand errors.
Nine love.
And still all at sea. Really unable to get anything going here. She's being blanked.
Love 10.
That takes her, the Singaporean, to a game point already in no time.
First on court, first on the table.
11 love, first game to Zeng.
11 love goes to Zeng Jian. This has been extraordinary. Forget the world rankings. This is all about experience. This is all about what's happening, not in the hands, but in the head, really, of the Korea Republic player. Because the Singaporean is doing all that she needs to do. She's keeping it in play. She's asking questions. And at the moment, Shin Yubin has no answers.
Welcome back to the Singles World Cup, huh? It's been a long time away. We're delighted to have it back. And you called it earlier on, John. Experience from Zeng. She hasn't done anything exceptional. She's kept the ball on the table. She's kept it tight. However, Shin is quality, but questions are being asked of her.
Well, what does that face tell you? What we do know is the organisers will be feeling already at this early stage they've indicated. They spoke about a new format, they spoke about excitement, they spoke about there being interest right from the start of this group stage. And boy, oh boy, that's certainly the case here. 11 love in the opening game. Remember, they played 4.
Serve. Not all. One love.
She opens her account. On the scoreboard, Shin Yubin, and with a little bit of ambition as well.
Yeah, nice
a little bit of power.
Yeah, nice. Good way to get onto the scorecard. Now we start.
Love 2.
And there she goes. 1 brings 2. And remember, this is her 446th match of her senior career, so she may be 19, but she knows her way around. Now, what does the Singaporean have?
One, 2.
What she has is a bit of depth there that gives her a point and gets her started in this second game.
Not being put off, she's still trying to keep it tight. A little bit of fortune catching the edge, of course. Shot.
2 all.
There's a game plan in action here, and Singaporean Zeng Jian knows that all she has to do is execute.
2-3.
Seeds of doubt have been sown, and just the simple things aren't working. That's a body shape, and that's a gesture that tells you maybe it's just a bad start.
All.
Looking more fluent now. Although she's conceded 3 points, Shin Yubin is looking a little bit more relaxed, playing the backhand with some force. Nice step to the table.
That's 2 now with that backhand where she's hit her way out of trouble.
Fascinating start.
Now she's getting going. Now she's animated.
Standing just a couple of inches further back from the edge of the table, freeing her arms.
Five-3.
5-3. This is more like it. Remember, the only time they ever met was actually at the Asian Games, and that was a 4-love victory for the Korea Republic player.
Five-4.
It's the best rally we've seen so far, and again she yields the error, and once again Zeng Jian just hanging in there, asking questions.
Five-all.
Big miss. Big miss. She was looking fluent. That backhand is working for Shin Yubin, but she's overcooked that one. She's allowed Zeng back into this set.
Huge moment in this game. Remember, it's to 2 to the Singaporean. She can't win this match.
Five-6.
The tension is contagious by the looks of things.
The margins are so tight. First net cord to go against Zeng Jian.
Six-all.
Long again.
She's having problems controlling on the backhand. It's when she's prodding and pushing that she's pushing the ball long. When she's fluent and she opens the arms, that's where Shin has had her best moments.
Six-7.
6-7.
5-3 up.
Seven-all.
Oh, that's a huge point. Well, he knows it. His player knows it. We're edging closer and closer now to something dramatic in a hugely important game, as this turns out in the context of this match.
This format is working, John. This is great.
Oh, there we go. Big moments. Has she got the big shots? Well, this was one of them.
In a row now.
2 big points on the Zeng serve, and now she has an opportunity to close things out and draw a level in this match. Takes her within one. And somewhere, somehow, Shin Yubin has found what she needed. Can she close it out? That's it.
7, second game to Chen.
We're tied up. A game apiece. And boy, she needed that.
Very impressive at the end. 5 points in a row for Shin Yubin. That backhand coming in. The attacking backhand. There she goes down the line. Zeng is trying to keep things really, really tight. Keep the ball close to the net. Keep it really tight and tie up Shin. But when Shin opens her arms, she's a very, very good athlete.
And if you're just joining us, thanks very much for being with us. It's the ITTF World Cup. It's Macao 2024. It's the women's singles competition, of course, and we are seeing a very, very entertaining opening encounter here. 53 world ranking places between these two, but you wouldn't think it. The higher ranked of the two, number 7 in the world, Shin Yubin, blanked 11-love in the first game, but she's just managed to come back from a difficult position to level things up at 1 apiece. And just to remind you about the format for this competition, over the first 3 days in the group stage action, they play 4 games. And of course, that means there's every chance of a draw. Don't have to have a winner in any of these matches. And it'll all work out towards how they count up the win ratio to decide which one, and only one of 3, will go through from the group. But let's get back to this compelling game. 3 in this match that really is very well balanced.
Love 1.
That's the Shin Yubin who we know. That's what got her to number 7 in the world.
One all.
That's the one we've seen too much of this morning. But she's going for the shots. That's the difference from the first game where she was taken to love.
Two, 1.
You get the feeling that really it's fortune favouring the brave here. When she goes for it, she looks likely. When she's tentative, anything but.
One, 3.
The top of the tape. She's got a game plan, Zeng Jian. She's trying to keep things very, very tight. She works superbly for a game and a half. Wouldn't change just yet, though.
One, 4.
And suddenly the momentum, you feel, just shifting a little bit here. 1-4 in the Zeng serve. And for the first time, really, in this match, she's beginning to struggle for answers.
It's 9 out of the last 10 points to the Korean. Nearest the camera.
Mixing it up, Chen. Pace on that serve, but to no avail. And it's now 5-1 as the serve goes to the Korea Republic player who just feels like she's in the mood.
Notes say avoid the 9:30 a.m. game. Get to the court earlier.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking, Des. Great rally.
Backhand, forehand, good depth, good width.
And she's moving. Just can see moving freely now. Wasn't the case early on. 6-1.
1-7.
That forehand. Spoken a lot about the backhand, but the forehand is there as well, and you're quite right, very light on her toes. gives herself space to use the arm, the full arc of the arm.
1-8.
1-8, and that first game seems a long, long time ago now for the Singaporean player. Huge swing in favour of the younger woman.
Errors which weren't there before from Zeng.
Wonder if maybe it came too easy early on. She hasn't really ever settled into a pattern of play, Jian. It's been a defensive kind of game, hasn't it, so far? That's more like it. A rally yielding a point, but she's still perilously behind. 7 points down in this third game. And the serve with Shin Yubin.
Oh,
3-9.
She dominated that point and lost it.
But she's going for it. That's the key. There was a sense of aggression really about the play. We've seen it throughout this game in particular here. The forehands come into play an awful lot more. And the coach, I would imagine, liking what he sees a whole lot more than what we saw earlier on this morning.
Still only 19. So much promise for Shin Yubin. Long rallies, Shin Yubin very, very happy to take them on.
Takes her to a game point, and really now looking as if she's got the wind in her sails in this one. Zeng serves to stay in this game.
Nice. 10-4.
Well, she's changed. She's come out of her shell a little bit, Jian. She's responded to Shin Yubin. And a couple of good rallies here. Could put her into a good heart going into the final game.
There it is. 11-4. Shin Yubin now in front in this match with just one game to go. And notable really there that the game has opened up, and to Zeng's credit, she's decided to open up too, moving her around a little bit here. This could be fun, this fourth game here.
Yeah, well, Zeng again has nothing to lose. She had nothing to lose at the start of the day. She wasn't expected to even take a set. She took that first one in remarkable style, as you can see, love 11. But since then, Shin Yubin wobbled a little bit in the middle of the second set, but won 5 straight to take us into the third game. And this third game, we're seeing the real Shin Yubin. Working hard. And you made the point very, very well. She's moving very, very well, very light on her toes. Opening the backhand and the forehand opportunities.
It tells you a lot about the status of this competition. This is a big one. This is something new for a lot of these players. You've got to go back a ways, and for the younger players, for those who are 19 years old or around that era, then this is special for them. And you get a feeling there might be some nerves involved. As it is really now, if Zeng Jian's going to get anything out of this one, and it would be massive if she could. Remember, with Lily Zheng to come, and she's much closer ranked to her in terms of the world standings. The more she takes out of this one, the more chance she gets, obviously.
For game, Shin to serve, love all.
Oh. This could be a bit of a shootout, this one. They're going to go for it, you can be sure of that, and that's again a credit to the format. Shin seeks to close things out, make it a comprehensive 3-1. Zeng just
wants something out of this.
1-0.
The edges are always the best. That's not an edge, that's well inside.
That was just always going away from her. And she's going for it, Jian, playing her shots.
Two, 1.
Well, she knows. She knows what she did wrong, but Zeng also knows that the more that they open up, the more that the rallies come, the more chance she has.
Just pushed it too long. For the conservative Jian, just keeping the ball on the table, theoretically.
2-2. Final game. This has been a lot of fun. This is getting tense as well once again.
Two, 3.
And you said tentative. She knows. Shake of the head, a nervous little push long there.
Good depth. That was the key to that point.
Timeout.
Timeout.
Timeout called, and I was just going to say, you get the feeling that this is being played as much as anything in the mind of the 19-year-old Korea Republic player who, but for a little period, really through, maybe midway through the second game, through to the third, has yet to really string together a convincing passage of play, and he knows it.
Well done, organisers. Welcome back to the World Cup. When this draw was made and you saw ranks 1 and 3 in the group, you thought, yeah, Shin Yubin will take that one relatively easy. As you said, Asian Games, it was 4 games to love. The World Cup, the very name World Cup, would just put a little bit of pressure, a little bit of doubt in somebody's minds and raise the game of another player who thinks that, hey, if I can get 2 draws, I could go through, I could win this group.
Well, remember, the third player in this group is the 32 ranked, the world 32 ranked Lily Zeng of the USA. And those mid-ranked players are going to be very dangerous in this 3-player format. They're the ones that could get up and beat the supposedly higher-ranked player. The theory was, of course, that those lower-ranked, and with all the respect in the world, of course, to Jian, the lower-ranked were expected to lose out. That's certainly not the case. 4-2 she serves.
Oh, a beauty. Oh, where did that come from?
Well, we saw one earlier, Des, and look at it again. Just that wide swinging topspin forehand there. No chance for the Korean.
Three, 5.
You needed that. 3-5.
4-5.
Listen to that. 2 consecutive points on serve. 5-4 now to Jian. And this one's going all the way in Macao.
Trusty backhand for Shin.
And now the question is, who does what? Does Shin go back to the backhand? Does she not engage in those longer rallies where she was getting pulled around, dragged out to her forehand in particular? get the feeling, really, it's in the Singaporean player's hands here. She can dictate this. Does she keep it alive? Does she ask questions of the mental state, really, of Shin as much as anything else? Or does she have to go for it as she did at the start of this game?
Too many questions. You may as well go for it. You have nothing to lose. But, to counter that, her biggest successes have come when she's kept it tight. Tense way to start the day, first of 16 matches today.
And remember, in terms of the points count across this match so far, it's very, very close. Both going into this game were level in terms of points taken off each other because of that 11 love in the first game. And now just one separates them, 4-5. Oh, wow. Somehow she stayed alive in that very early on in the rally. And she got the benefit, 6-4.
So she went for it, that forehand forces the error.
That's a huge miss. And again, Chen just hanging in there. Little let cord in there as well.
A lot of pace on the first serve. First time we've seen that from Jian, just to try and change things around. Enjoying this.
7-4 against the world number 7. Backhand. 5-7. The go-to once again. 5-7 now.
A little bit too much air on the approach shot. On the forehand from Zeng, it allowed Shin to put her under pressure for the second defensive shot and then the put away from Shin.
Backhand after backhand as she asked the questions and got the point. 6-7.
Zeng trying desperately to stay in the point. Get it on the table, get it on the table. Can't.
Wait, please.
Goes long. 7-all. Pick a winner. Call a winner in this one. I dare you to. 7-all. The Singaporean on serve.
3 in a row for Shin Yubin when the pressure was on. A couple of tentative forehand prods from Zeng opened up the opportunity for Shin.
She forces the issue, she backs herself, and she gets the reward there. And it's suddenly Jian who's crumbling a little bit.
He's been brave, Shin.
Yes, that forehand. That forehand, when she's in trouble, she pulls it out. And 8-all now.
Little neck cord here, helping. Just that one. Just offers a chance to dominate that rally. Ends the run of 4 points in a row, though.
8-all. It's the first of 16 matches, and we've got a cliffhanger here at the World Cup.
9-8.
Into the forehand again. It's hurting Zeng Jian in this final set.
Shin edges closer. And now she's on the verge. Game point. You don't get to number 7 in the world without having a bit of mental tough. She surely has shown it here in this vital fourth game. 10-8, 8-10. Young does stay alive. Remember, she's 2-1 down.
Final point. The last 7 have gone to Shin Yubin. To stay in this contest.
$9-10.
And she stays alive, 9-10. It's just a shame it's an early morning one. This one deserves a full house, this one. Oh, what a way to do it. It was the recovery on the forehand that gets out the ball. And in the end, she has sneaked home. 11-9 in the fourth. Remember, what seems like a lifetime ago, she surrendered the first 11 love. Look at that celebration, Des.
You're quite right. It was that foot. She lost from the backhand side of the table to the forehand. That's the net cord that takes it out of play, but it was the shot before that won it for Shin Yubin. She deserves full praise for her bravery. She went for her shots, and she's taken this one by 3 games.
And have a little look at those points there. That shows you just how close this was. It's 3 games to 1, but having surrendered the first, there's only a 2-point differential. That could come into play later on. They both have to play. Lily Zeng, remember, the 3rd player in this group 5. So we're off to a spectacular start, and we've spoken about the format for this competition. Still to come, of course, 15 more group matches. Next up will be a group 16 encounter between the German Nina Mittelham and Australia's Michelle Bromley. For those looking out for them, the defending champion and the 4th ranked in the world, Chen Meng, will be in action in our 3rd group game. She'll be coming up Natalia Bajor of Poland a little bit later on.
welcome players and umpires. First, women players. Michelle Bromley representing Australia.
让我们欢迎女子选手，来自澳大利亚的米歇尔·布罗普利。
Welcome back to the Galaxy Arena in Macau, where we see the players coming out for the second of our group matches this morning at the ITTF World Cup of Women's Singles. And making her way up right now is Michelle Bromley, the 106th ranked in the world. Australian, 36 years old, and she has been a 16 encounter with a far higher ranked player. The number 13 is the Nina Mittelham of Germany. Would be expected to progress perhaps from this group. Remember, 3 players in each group. The third player in this group is Sofia Polkanova. And as we've already seen from our open one, you can't get it in a format. 4 games turn out to be very, very important in a close group. Des Corkill's alongside me for the one who's been so far. Really entertaining start to proceedings. How do we call this?
This one, it's not a little bit easier than Michelle Bromley is very, very lovely. Hasn't won a game at the top tables. So I think for Michelle, this is the case of, hey, I've made it into the World Cup. That's an important in itself. So very, very little. Nina Mittelham has been as high as world number 12. She's 13 just at the moment. So Nina is expected, I think, to go and take this one. Gold medalist in the doubles game is Nina. So she's a doubles specialist, but she adapts herself very nicely to the singles as well. This could be a tough time for Michelle Bromley.
Yeah, if you take a little look at Nina Mittelham's most recent form, the best of 2024 has been a final in Goa. Recently, round of 32 in Incheon, where she now 3 love to Wang in a ball smash. Not such a great outing for her, beaten there by Yidi. Somebody who, as you say, is ranked 13, best ever ranked 12. So right up there on the fringes, 10 in the world. These two have never met before. First encounter between these two, and it's an opportunity really, I think, as much as anything else there, to talk about the format. We saw it in our first game, next week, 5 encounters for the far higher ranked Korean player Shin Yubin, very stiff, very tight, very nervy early in the proceedings, and that, I would imagine, for the lower ranked players is the way to go to ask questions, see how ready your opponent is.
Ladies and gentlemen, now let's introduce you to the umpires of this game. 女士们、先生们，现在为您介绍担任本场比赛的裁判员 The Umpire of Women's Table 女子球台主裁判陈秋霞 of China Assistant Umpire 副裁判裴卫明 China
Compact, powerful, 13th ranked, as we said, seeded 13th, then this one here, right-handed too, and somebody who you feel is going to, she's already, she knows that she's got to bring the game, she's got to bring it completely on in this format. Chen Xia of China, as we see, is table 2 action, and that's where we are with you today, because the men are in action. Remember, over on table 1, similarly, 16 matches to be played at a busy day, and that's going to be the case over the first 3 days of this World Cup. The new format, expansion, taking the number of players up to 48, doubling the entry really, and opening things up. The fascinating thing as well, there's, of course, is the limit in the number of players from association. China, by virtue of having champions of both world senior level and also the 6 players, where everyone else can have no more than 4 from any particular association, which really does make for a wonderfully diverse group stage of this competition.
Yeah, it's good to see the likes of Bromley and Mittelham and Sofia Polkanova, as you say, the third one of this group. So dominant in the sport. So Japan and Korea are asking questions as well. Just have a look at some of the European-based players and see the European champions as Mittelham has been.
Let's go dancing. I wanna go dancing with you all night dancing. Let's go dancing. I wanna go dancing with you all night dancing. Let's go dancing. I wanna go dancing with you all night dancing. Let's go dancing. I wanna go dancing with you all night dancing.
Michelle keen to get things up and running.
Michelle versus Nina.
Never write off an Aussie in any sporting event. One as technical as this.
I'm not sure.
Gotta be so quick. It's not just the hands. It's getting in position to make the shots.
I wanna go dancing with you all night dancing. Let's go
Massively
dancing.
underrated.
I wanna go dancing with you all night dancing. Let's go dancing.
Michelle versus
All right.
Nina. First
The
game,
green
Michelle
and
to serve.
the gold.
Love all.
Get us underway. Michelle Bromley with the serve then as we go in this Group 16 match. Straight away, it looks as if she's going to be wide-ranging. She's going to play her shots, the Aussie.
Mittelham's going to go for it as well.
One, three.
Bromley 2 down.
Two, three.
She's going for it though, Michelle Bromley. She's certainly taken the example from Zeng Jian earlier on.
3-all.
3-all, and the Aussie, which she really is one of the unknown quantities, really here. The best ranking she's ever had last year. Got as high as 99 in the world. Doesn't play a whole lot, just one event so far in 2024 in terms of the senior circuit.
3-4.
She's worked hard to get back into the elite level as Michelle Bromley. As you say, anyone in the top 100, that's very capable.
More like it from Mittelham there, who's just looked to struggle a bit to settle here.
This crouching scat style, Nina Mittelham.
5-4.
Again, inconsistent on that forehand.
Nice control. Really works hard to get into position for that forehand. Can't recall a backhand of note that we've seen from Nina Mittelham. Everything is at forehand and she's talking the body.
And there you go. Now it's beginning to click a little bit for the
5-7.
German. She takes a 2-point advantage in this first game. You feel that once she's dialed in, then she might just have a little bit too much for the Aussie here. But Bromley, I like the way she's a battler. She stays in it. She's not going to go away.
Facing point.
She's kicking herself there. Seeing a lot of variety on the Bromley serve, aren't we? She's trying everything she possibly can, but 2 down once again as the serve hands over to Mittelham.
Nice 6. Lovely. A bit of space there.
And the 27-year-old German then finds herself with a game point first up here against Michelle Bromley, who's got a lot of work to do now. It's cut out for her to stay alive in this first one.
Oh, excellent work.
So if survival's the name of the game, that was excellently done from her.
Called it earlier, she is a battler. She acknowledges there's a little neck cord to help.
So cool, she's got the wingspan.
8-10.
That variety on the serve does the trick once again. And so it's Mittelham who's going to have to do it herself. 10-8 if she is to close out this first game.
Oh, she went for it. Didn't come off. Michelle Bromley, brave.
Nina Mittelham then with the 11-8 first game win, by no means having it all her own way here in Macau. They prepare for the second. There's Sofia Polkanova, the third player in this group, group 16, the Austrian. She's ranked 23 in the world. Judging by what we're seeing from Bromley so far, this could be competitive, this group.
It could be, but you've got to take into account the early morning start, the system that's being called into play. The fact that for the favourites, there's plenty to lose, and for the third-ranked players, as Bromley is here, there's nothing to lose, so you may as well go for your shots or make life difficult for the senior. But yeah, Polkanova's an ex-top 10 player. And when you looked at this draw, you thought, Polkanova or Mittelham, that's not an easy call to make between those two.
And just to remind you, if you are joining us here, new format, new formula, one that looks to provide entertainment throughout the first 3 days, and that's a fantastic idea. You're not expecting to see too many blowouts. You're not seeing... You would never have a meaningless match at a World Cup, but you're going to see competition and you're going to see tension throughout all of these 16 3-player groups. And certainly on the evidence of what we saw in our first match today, in the first game in this one, they know that they have to get into it right from the get-go. Mittelham to serve, 1 game up.
Just got that little bit too much power and pace. It's just pace, I think, that is the difference here between Mittelham and Bromley.
That one just misses down the line. 1-all it is.
I'm always impressed when somebody like Michelle Bromley is taking leave from the sport to become a mum, comes back, gets herself fit, and then competes at the very top level. Oh, she stretched, she tried to get everything there.
And she was never there. You're right, there's this compact style about Mittelham, and when she's in the groove, there's power, and too much power at times for Bromley. Oh, too good. What a rally. What a rally. Smash and lob. Both players back from the table. And that was fantastic.
Bromley changed her style here. Very early on in that rally, she let the ball drop below the table to try to get into this long rally.
Again, the power. Don't make her angry, Mittelham, because then she draws that little bit of power, and that's what she's got at the moment. But Bromley's very much in this.
For the third-ranked players, this is the game to make your mark.
36-year-old Bromley, all the experience. She knows what she's doing here, just slowing it down when she needs to as well.
She's trying to take the game to Mittelham.
That's two dropped on the serve there, and Mittelham now with a chance to stretch out in this second game.
Played. 5-4. Changed the pace that time, Michelle Bromley. Love the tenacity. Love their attitude.
5-all.
And suddenly, just like that, two disappointing points for Nina Mittelham there. 5-all.
But again, Bromley is changing things up.
This is compelling stuff. You get the feeling she knows that Mittelham's a player who's a momentum player. If she gets into a groove, she'll be dangerous, and she's doing everything she can to stop that, including playing the odd risky shot.
Seven, 5.
That's the third successive serve in which the players drop both. So Mittelham 7-5. Can she consolidate her lead?
8-5.
Bit of extra fizz on that serve. Came up Bromley.
Five, 9.
Just backspin on that one.
And now the pressure goes onto the Bromley serve.
5-10.
What means it's a game point for Mittelham, who has suddenly just got a bit of daylight now.
Oh,
11-5.
She mixed things up. Backhand the previous serve, forehand that serve. Try and get everything she can to put Mittelham off her stride. It's not working.
Yeah, the error's creeping in there for the Aussie, Michelle Bromley, particularly on the backhand there, just forcing it a little bit a couple of times. And as a result, she knows, that rueful smile tells you that she's gone down to 2 games down now. And suddenly things are beginning to look a lot more as if they might go according to ranking. 11-8, 11-5. Mittelham's not really got into her groove, you'd have to say so far.
Mittelham just seems very metronomic. She has a style. She likes to attack on the forehand. To her credit, has tried to mix things up. The backhand serve, forehand serve variation on the last set of 2. Case in point.
Let's just give you a quick heads up as to what we've got coming along as this busy morning of World Cup singles action comes your way. We are going to see the defending champion, Meng, in action. The Chinese world number 4 will be coming up against Poland's Natalia Bajor. And straight after that, the 2016 winner of the World Cup, Hirano of Japan, takes on New Zealand's Jocelyn Lamb. So they're the next 2 on this table 2. Right now, though, we're just 2 games into this Group 16 encounter with Michelle Bromley, best able to come out of this one with a 2-2.
Ace again for Mittelham. Willich, Germany hasn't produced that many table tennis legends. Mittelham doing her best to try to break into the top 10 again.
And now you feel that she's at it. Mittelham's power and range of strokes really is just beginning to ask questions here of Bromley. And one of the problems if you don't play a lot, obviously, is that as you get deeper into these matches, you're going to struggle.
Nice retrieval from beneath the table by Nina Mittelham. Very unflustered.
Forced the error, hung in there, lobbed from way back, and you feel now that it's really on Michelle Bromley, and she's just beginning mentally to struggle a little bit here. She's making the mistakes, she's acknowledging that she's making those mistakes, and points are getting away from her.
Even like she puts in a good forehand, Mittelham comes back with an even better one.
Well, final point for the Aussie, but it's 5-1 now for Nina Mittelham. She goes in search of what would be traditionally a win if we were playing best of, but because it's 4, you're just adding up the games and you're adding up the points.
The backhand for once for Mittelham. Very prominent on the forehand, but this time she just held her ground. Backhand down the line.
1-7.
Now you feel she's really into her flow. Michelle Bromley the points in this game.
It's an error. There haven't been many errors from Mittelham, despite the variety of Challenges put by Michelle Bromley.
But the Aussie can't string points together. 2-8 as now Mittelham looks to be into the kind of a groove that she'll look to build throughout the course of the week. It's a long old week of World Cup table tennis, this.
9-2.
9-2. And she'll want to go as deep as she can into that week. Of course, 3 days worth of group action first. Oh, well played.
She had an answer every time, did Mittelham. Very, very sound defensive player. Controlled.
She can smile, but it's a game point for the German. 10-2. Bromley on serve. And suddenly this is looking a little bit more one-sided. 11-2 to follow 11-8, 11-5. Of course, just going back to the format, Des, that does mean that with the 3 players, you're going to have somebody with a day off over these 3 days. And I'm just wondering what they would rather have. Miss the first day and then build momentum, play a couple of days. It's a tough one, isn't it, to know what to do?
I'm assuming, we haven't seen the draw, but I'm assuming the number 1 seed will play on day 1 and day 3. And that means that the number 3 seed has a slight advantage, if that is the format that they have, in that they've been on court.
Yep.
And if they've done well on day 1 as well, they know they've really got something to go for. I haven't seen the format, the draw for tomorrow, though. That's what I'd do. Michelle Bromley, to her credit, is continuing to go for her shots on that 3rd set. Well beaten, 11-2, but a couple of great rallies in there. As for Mittelham, you said she wants to go deep into the week. Quarter-final would be above her ranking.
For Michelle Bromley, you feel that she's really tried all she can. She's mixed it up, particularly with the serve. We've seen a lot of that. We've seen her switching really mid-rally at times, haven't we? And just trying all she can to put this German player off. But she looks as if she's at it right now, Mittelham.
Love 1.
Just raises the bat in acknowledgement of the advantage. Takes the point, though.
One all.
Well done, Michelle.
Well, she strung something together there. And why not? If ever there was a time to go for it, it's now. 2-1.
2-all.
Mistake comes on the backhand. 2-all. 3 games up. Nina Mittelham looking to close this one out quickly. The return there for Michelle Bromley, who finds herself down 9 now.
You're quite right. Unless you're exposed to top 20 players week in, week out, it's very difficult. The extra spin, the extra
key moments, at key moments, she's just come up short.
2-5.
Two six, and Mittelham doesn't have to do an awful lot here. Just keep the ball in play. Bromley's just struggling, looking for answers, forcing the issue. Long again for 7-2. And this one feels like it's coming to its finale fairly quickly.
Mittelham's been very, very steady. Can't think of too many errors that she's made. Oh.
3-7.
Well, she had the table to aim at and she found it.
She does like to use the forehand. She puts herself out of range of any shot down the forehand side. Shot.
So a couple of encouraging rallies and points there for Michelle Bromley, but she's still got a lot to do. She trails by 3 still.
Timeout.
Utilizes her timeout. It's a lovely shot, great depth. Michelle Bromley probably enjoying this moment in the spotlight. Very little expectation for her to go forward. Mittelham, as you say, approaching the world top 10. Volkanova has been in the world top 10. Nice opportunity for Mittelham to get used to the table, to get used to the venue. It is a big open arena.
It's a fantastic setting, this Galaxy Arena. In fact, the whole complex is magnificent. Just feels good when top-level table tennis comes to Macau. Spectacular things happen. It's just the nature of the place. And a wonderful stage for these top players. And a wonderful tournament.
Certainly started well. Bromley on serve, 4-7.
7-5.
This is the error.
Oh, there's life in Bromley yet.
Played with a smile on the face, has had a go.
She knows she's had her chances though as well. That's what that face tells you.
So good defensively. I think she can play from deep beyond the table all day.
It's been good to see Bromley really have a go. It's made this an entertaining game, this one. We've seen some of the better rallies of the entire match. And again, Mittelham just asking the questions, and Bromley now finds herself facing the game point in this, the final game of this 4-game formula for this match between these two in Group 16 of this World Cup. And there it is.
11-6. Game
the error from the Aussie makes it an 11-6 final game result there. 11-8, 11-5, 11-2, 11-6 to Nina Mittelham, who has successfully passed her first challenge in this group in this competition. Worthy winner, Des?
Yeah, that's a very competent performance from Mittelham. She was put under pressure in game number 1, where she was taken to 11-8, but you never thought that she was anything other than in control. Credit to Michelle Bromley. She changed it up an awful lot, but a 4-love in games scoreline tells the proper story. 44 points to 21.
Yeah, comprehensive victory there, and don't go anywhere because we're just getting going really at this World Cup. And next up, the first of the Chinese superstars, the defending champion. She's had a while to wait to defend this one, but Chen Meng will be in action in just a short while as she takes on Poland's Natalia Bajor in a Group 4 encounter. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to the Galaxy Arena as the players are out for the third of our round one group stage matches here at the ITTF World Cup, and that is the familiar face of the defending champion, China's Chen Meng, who comes into this one as the fourth ranked player in the world, and she is going to be taking on this one, Poland's Natalia Bajor, ranked number 51. This is a group 4 encounter, and this is going to be something that I would imagine all eyes will be on, as the player who took this title last time it was staged. Remember, we've had to wait a long, long time for this competition to come back, 3 long years. Well, she was the winner last time out, defending champion. Somebody who went into that tournament as the world number 1. She has seen compatriots rise above her in those rankings, and if she is to defend, she's got some work to do. Chen Meng it is up against Natalia Bajor, and you feel, Des Scorpio, don't you, that with one of the big Chinese heavyweights in action, this tournament's really up and running now?
Yeah, this is what everybody wants to see. They do like to see, I think, the Chinese players knocked a little bit off the perch, but Bajor were to take even a game from Chen Meng, I think it would be a real achievement for the Polish international. She's had Olympic Games to herself, but at the same Olympics that she was playing and knocked out in the opening round, Chen Meng went on and won the gold. There's the difference in standards.
Well, when you talk about quality and you talk about pedigree, then you have to go a long way to find someone with more than Chen Meng. 30 years old right now. Of course, she's been a number 1 not that long ago. But you have to look back some way. The last singles title, major singles title, was the Singapore Smash back in 2022. So as you can see, the likes of Wang Manyu, of Sun Yingsha, Wang Yidi, have all just stretched out in front of her in terms of the world rankings. But you can never discount somebody with this kind of pedigree. In terms of recent form for Chen Meng, well, she lost out to Wang Manyu in Incheon, losing 4-2 in their semi-final there. Semi-final exit at the hands of Wang Manyu again in the Singapore Smash. So she'll be looking to prove a point, looking to relish what she's doing here. Natalia Bajor, you've seen just there, as Des said. It's a little bit of pedigree to her. She's been as high as 41 in the world, that ranking last year in 2023.
Meng, though, world ranked number 4, she might just have a little something. Defending champion in this competition. Age does catch up, and table tennis reactions go. It's the mid-20s, mid 30. To keep it in the game as long at very, very top level as Chen Meng has, then it's so difficult to maintain.
Jim Milan, you saw in the chair there, and Miguel Lagos is back in action for the 2nd time this morning as assistant, as we're about to get going. As much as anything, you feel this one is going to be a question of dealing with the mental challenge of taking on one of the greats of the game.
I'm not sure whether that was a prayer there from Bajor, just at the start. But she'll relish this opportunity to play players at the very, very top. Again, we talk the 3rd seeds in these groups of 3, not lose, everything to gain.
The other player in the group is Srija Kula, and as we've said all along, it's an opportunity in this first group stage game to literally catch the higher seeded player cold. That will be the game plan. We've almost seen it work in our first match of the day today. You can be sure that Bajor will be very mindful that should there be any slip, any lapse early on from her illustrious opponent, she has to capitalize.
I have to double check that stat about Chen Meng, that not having won anything since 2022. It's a lot of tournaments to go without a victory. Lots of semi-finals there, of course.
First game,
Chen
to
There
serve.
was a Doha contender thrown in there. But in terms of the biggies, you've got to go back a ways.
Let's love all.
I didn't check that contender. I didn't expect it to be in the contender contest.
You kind of don't, do you? So as you were, love all, Chen to serve. straight away takes out a point. Solid start then from the defending champion, as Bajor now looks to make inroads.
Nice inroad to make.
Very nicely done. Last time we saw her meaningfully in action was in Singapore. Round of 64 defeat there to Paranan. You get into a shootout, that's going to happen.
Both players just seem to have so much time. Bajor is working hard. Meng is in position, waiting.
Oh, we spoke about catching someone out cold. There's nothing cold about this start from Meng. She looks at it, she looks loose. She's really opening up the table as well. Look at the angle.
Bajor. Blink of an eye, it's 5-1. Wow.
Let 1-5. 1-5.
That's nice. That'll do her confidence a bit of good there, Bajor, because it just felt for the first time really this morning here that we're seeing a little bit of a golfing class, but it's 2-5. The normal service is resumed, 6-2, and we've seen that a couple of times now, that wide forehand just swinging away from Bajor.
Bajor haven't even finished her follow-through when that ball has come back on the other side of the table.
Really dictating, really controlling these rallies now.
It's how early she's into position.
2-8 and really up against it here, Bajor. Oh, that was a rarity. A little bit of sloppiness there from the defending champion. But whatever it takes, Bajor really looks to try and pick up a couple of these service points and get herself a foothold in this game.
It's the first error Chen Meng's made in 12, 10 points, 11 points.
9-3.
And there you go again, 9-3 on her serve. She looks like she means business here. Impassive as ever, but the play has been positive, it's been aggressive. Nicely done by Paul.
That was a forced error.
Let 9-4.
she is on the verge of the first game. That net caught a moment ago gives you a sense of the amount of side spin there is on those serves. Counter that.
I like that camera angle. The camera angle as well, showing the Polish coach behind, saying, on your own, Natalia.
And just like that, she wraps it up 11-4. First game goes the way of Chen Meng. And she is looking impressive. This could be a tough 4 games for Natalia Bajor here.
You used the word impressive, and it has been from Chen Meng. She's been very, very business. Natalia won 4 points in the game to excellent backhand punches down the line. To errors, one forced, one unforced. Chen Meng, all business, very, very clinical. And, it's clearly decided that match day 1 is not going to produce any upsets from her.
See a few people just making their way into this Galaxy Arena right now. This is a spectacular day's table tennis ahead of them. And this is one you want to catch up with. Of course, the Chinese big guns all go in action today. Chen, the lead-off player here today. But later on, you've got a bit of a wait to see Sun Yingsha, the world #1 in action. She'll be taking on Hong Kong's Zhu Chengzhi in a Group 1 match a little bit later on. Before that, Wang Yidi will be taking on another Hong Kong player, Du Hui Kemp. And that's what they're after. The Hammerland is up for grabs once again after a 3-year absence, which has been in the hands, figuratively at least, of this player.
Second game. Fire to serve, love all.
Nice replicas I have.
And that was a popular shot. Coach liked that one. Lovely movement. Found the edge. There's a deception here, which is going to be very, very hard for Bajor to handle.
One all.
An error. Just look at the footwork though of Chen Meng. She's so light on her feet. Even when she's theoretically standing still, there's movement.
Oh, she gets a lucky break. Acknowledges as much. Pity really, it was shaping up into a good rally. Control. He managed one miraculous recovery, couldn't manage another.
Chen Meng though, the patience to wait for that earlier shot and then took control of that rally. Bajor's not played badly.
And once again, it's a measure of the quality you're up against when you look at where those misses go. There's a lot of action on this ball from Chen Meng, a lot to deal with. At that time the net was but Bajor looks to have come out with a little bit more of an assertive game for this second one, and she needs to. She's going to have to make something happen.
Bajor's a top 50 player in the world, and this is past her beyond, before she's even moved.
And those fans are in good voice right now. They're getting what they came to see from Chen Meng, who's turning it on a bit here. Once again, the error, and suddenly it's 8-2 on serve. This one's going fast, and you always had the feeling there might be one or two in these first round matches.
Pace she generates.
And again, she sets up a game point here. And really, this has been a runaway second game here for the Chinese player. Bajor's got no answers at the moment. Well, she's got to serve to try and at least stop that run of points going to the Chinese player. And she does. M4 it is. Remember, the first went 11-4 to Chen Meng, who has an opportunity to replicate that scoreline now. Oh. Straight down the middle, straight through her. 11-4 it is. 2 games to love. And there's a power play on show here.
Pace generated, said it before, set it up perfectly. Bajor isn't even close there. She's set. That is through her before the racket head comes close to her body.
Well, if you float them over like that to a player like Chen Meng, it's going to come back with something on it, and they've done that so far. 22 points taken to 8 for Poland's Natalia Bajor so far. And Chen Meng feels like she's just easing into the defense of her World Cup title here. For someone like Bajor, I suppose you just have to deal with this one. Think about the other match to come. Think about the group and where your opportunities are going to exist. Next up for both, of course, will be the world 40th ranked Shrija Akula from India.
Maybe playing the #1 seed on the opening day isn't always the right answer.
What would be worrying is as you say, the times in which she's barely moved and the ball's gone flashing past her. And not always out wide either. Sometimes just straight down the middle.
Yeah, as on the game point in the last game.
First game, Chen to serve, love all. Let's one love. Last 2.
Just for the first time, the body language there from Bajor betraying a little bit of disbelief, I would imagine. A little bit of a lack of belief, perhaps, as well, that anything could be done against this awesome performance by Chen Meng. Look at the body language at the other end of the table there. She is skipping around. She's got the bit between her teeth. She celebrated that. It's a difficult point to win.
Bajor's strength is her backhand, but she's missed a couple now. Again, just pace on the ball coming back at her.
Once again, too hot to handle. 4 love now. She's racing out into a lead here against Chen Meng. This is going quickly.
Looked like she was coming cross court, instead goes down to the backhand of Bajor.
Let's 5 love. Love 6.
What to do for Natalia Bajor. Now, errors creeping in. And when she gives her an opportunity, Chen Meng's just slamming it past her.
Legs. Love 6.
On a favourite backhand, Bajor still can't punch away. It just returns with interest. Look at the movement from Chen Meng.
Love.
Well, one of the subplots here, of course, is going to be seeing how these heavily favoured Chinese players make statements in their first outings, and this certainly is a statement.
Love.
9 in a row. Well done.
And there you go, and just before that wonderful angle there from camera operator showing a coach and a player under extreme duress, but they come up with a point.
Backhand punch, that's a go-to shot. Just doesn't have many chances to play it. Leans into it.
But it's back to normal, as it were, and opportunity to close out this game for Chen Meng, who you feel even when she loses a point, there's an immediate response. It's rarely 2 in a row.
That's comprehensive.
And that's an ace, and that is comprehensive, and that is 3 games to love, and she is running away with this one. Didn't even bother moving for that one. Well, it's 3 for Chen Meng now, and as you can see, the fans there are absolutely loving what they're seeing here. Just a quick heads up about our next match, as we see a scoreline of 11-4, 11-4, 11-1, and you'd imagine that this one's going to wrap fairly quickly. We're going to see the 2016 winner, Hirano of Japan, in action against New Zealand's Jocelyn Lam. And we see in these matches, we see some fairly heavy differentials in terms of disparity between world rankings. The next one up, for example, you've got the 14th ranked Hirano of Japan, and the 108th ranked Jocelyn Lam of New Zealand. This one here, we're watching right now, it's only 47 world ranking places between these two players, but it feels like it could be more, couldn't it, Des, based on the action we've seen on the table?
Well, I think the top 5 or 6 in the world are streaked ahead. That's the standards to hit. You forget how good these women are. Chen Meng, number 4 in the world, but just
The fourth game, Baya to serve, level.
Light on her feet, forehand, backhand. It's very, very tight. Control, prodigious spin.
Love one.
Quick hands. Always in front of the body.
She gets the break that time as well. 2-love. Meng to serve. Two points in a row. A little bit of help from the net. Oh, she really needs it.
But it was a great recovery on the backhand. It's the defensive work there as well. Bajor looks appealingly to her coach.
Ooh. 1-3.
A little look at the table there from Meng. Air shot, that's a rarity. And she'll take that, Natalia Bajor.
Legs, 1-3.
So solid. So solid in defence.
But it's more than just defence, John. The defensive shots are attacking strokes as well. But this comes back with interest.
Yeah. Yeah, forcing the errors throughout.
5-1.
And frankly speaking, it's a story we've told already. This Polish player with no answers. Do you think she's in a rally? I just can't handle that pace and power.
I tell you what, when the top players play the lower rank, it's there that you can see how good they really are.
She had all the time in the world to see that coming, Bajor, and still got nowhere near it. This one quickly becomes 7-1. And this one's very rapidly coming to its conclusion.
Two errors in a game. Go back to the drawing board, Meng.
It's only the 10th point she's dropped so far. Once again, the bounce back straight away.
Oh, Bajor. Yeah, I thought it was 2 as well. Yes.
Yeah, it was 2.
Take whatever you can.
8-3.
And 2 becomes 3. And Bajor suddenly has something from this game.
Let 8-3.
The reflect she has tells you how tight she is to the net.
again down the middle. Just cramps her, just nowhere to go there for Bajor. As a result, it's 9-3. And
Really got it back. Well, that's a lovely backhand from Natalia Bajor. That's her go-to shot. What little glory she's had in this contest.
the athleticism on that forehand before the top spin from below the table. Too much. And when she wants it, when she needs it, she just pulls out that flicked top-hand backhand and finds herself now with another opportunity to take out a game for a 4-love victory in this match. And she does. A little bit of fortune at the end, but you make your own luck, and she takes that one out. 11-4.
4-0.
That is a title defense that has been comprehensive in terms of the way things have started off. Yes, a little bit of white paint and a little bit of misfortune for Natalia Bajor, but she knows that she's been on the receiving end of a comprehensive defeat there. Meng up and running. And we will see her again in Group 1 action. But for now, it's an 11-4, 11-4, 11-1, 11-4 steamroller job done by the Chinese world number 4. So that's where we'll leave that one. And of course, as they debrief, it's time now for us to look further ahead. It's the end of the third of the group matches played. Our focus in a little while will be switching to Group 14 action with an encounter between Hirano and Jocelyn Lam. And let's just mark your cards for a little bit later on then. Following that, we have Cheonhui of Korea in action against Sarah Hanffou from Cameroon. And again, it's great to see the diversity in this World Cup. Szocs, the top 10 ranked Romanian, will be taking on Alhodaby of Egypt. And then we have the next of our Chinese superstars, Wang Yidi, who's ranked 3 in the world right now, will be up against Hong Kong's Du Hoikem. So the group stage action keeps on coming. But so far, performance of the morning thus far goes the way, not surprisingly, of the reigning champion, Chen Meng. Wearing the black of New Zealand with pride then is the next contestant here at the World Cup of women's singles, and that's the youngster. That's the 15-year-old Jocelyn Lam from New Zealand, who finds herself in action in this group stage. This is a group 14 encounter we have coming away right now, and her opponent is the formidable figure of the world number 6. Sorry, world number 14, I should say, and a player who really knows her way around this competition here. We have Hirano in action from Japan, so major discrepancy in world rankings here. Number 14 plays number 108. We have a highly experienced 23-year-old here coming up against a 15-year-old. And that's the beauty of this competition. That's the beauty of this formula, in which we're seeing 3 players thrown together, or drawn together, I should say, in these groups. Des Corkill's alongside me here. Tell me a bit about the youngster from New Zealand. She's not the youngest in the tournament, but she's not far off.
She's not, but she's the proud of Glendowie College Sports College. She's still in year 11, so she's still at school, and take time off to compete in this competition. So the pride of New Zealand, but I think it tells you a little bit about New Zealand table tennis. It's not high on their sporting agenda, but nonetheless, what an opportunity to come and take on a woman who was only a teenager when she won this tournament in 2016. But Glendowie College will be absolutely thrilled to bits to see their young year 11 student on the world stage.
Absolutely magnificent, and there she is. You're absolutely right. 8 long years ago, when Hirano really came up with an extraordinary win in 2016, ranked 14 in the world right now. Just looking for a little bit of form in terms of getting into the very deeper, later stages of these major competitions here. As far as Jocelyn Lam is concerned, she was a losing semi-finalist at the Oceania Cup in Hamilton, New Zealand, back in 2023. And the formula for these competitions is the different confederations, the different international groups all had an opportunity via contenders, via feeders, to get players into this World Cup.
Which is great, because we've mentioned a couple of times the lack of opportunity for players to take on the world stars. At least they know the standards that they've got to try and achieve. 2 diminutive figures.
It's her first senior outing of 2024. You're absolutely right. School commitments, college commitments, whatever they may be, for Jocelyn Lam will have taken priority. But in fact, her senior career really only consists now of 5 events. She's played 20 matches at senior level, and this is about as big as it could possibly get for the 15-year-old from New Zealand.
Another 7 and she'll be world champion. First, though, the little task of Hirano, who's a very, very useful player.
Yeah, Hirano with 6 career titles, to name a couple of them in terms of WTT senior titles as well. Her recent form, Hirano, in Incheon, she went out in the round of 32, a 3-love loss to the world number 1, Sun Ying Sha. We saw her in action in Singapore at the Smash there. That was a round of 16 loss to compatriot Mima Ito. She went down 3-2 in that one. So she'll be looking to just remind everybody about the magic that took her to a World Cup victory. 24 years old right now.
Surprising that she is down at world number 14. I think when she was a teenager and a prodigy, she was really looking. But Jocelyn Lam, world ranked 108 at 15 years of age. We've made a lot of the school commitments and the college commitments, but if you're close to the world top 100 at 15 years of age, that's something to not be sniffed at. I showed a little bit of disrespect there.
I'll tell you something else, Des. There's a little bit of an unknown quantity about her, because you'll have seen the statistics that came up there. There was no grip given to her. In fact, a lot of the data that you'll see has her down as a right-hander. Quite clearly not.
No, quite clearly
and that's going to give us something just to look at here in terms of the way this one plays out. Unknown quantity, no form because no appearances so far this year.
Plus nothing to lose. She's not up against one of the top players. She's up against a previous winner of this tournament, of course. Chen is just calling the players for their final towel down before the start of these first of this 4-game contest.
And if you are new to this competition, if you're new to our coverage, thank you very much for being with us. This is the first day of group stage action, and a fourth match gets underway now. Lam against Hirano. Lam to serve. There you go, the first World Cup point for the young New Zealander.
All.
It can either be terrifying or motivating.
That was a lovely little close-up there. What goes through the mind of a 15-year-old at a time like this?
What?
Too easy. Set up by the serve, third ball dispatched.
Unable to deal with the spin on either of the serves. Trying to counter it.
One fall.
This is getting a little bit difficult, even at these early stages, early exchanges here for the youngster from New Zealand. And you feel for her.
Oceania Championships, a little bit different from the World Cup.
That was better. Last time she managed to cope with the Hirano serve, and that'll give her a bit of confidence.
First point on the Hirano serve.
Seven.
Let's call that youthful impetuosity, shall we? It's going to happen. This is a massive learning curve for her.
Just can't cope with the backspin.
9-2.
Beautifully done by the older player there. Hirano at 23 here is really not being asked to do too much. But when she does, you can see the quality.
Ten.
Well, just like that, she closes it out. 11-2. And that was a bit of a runaway first game there. Hirano, you remember, we've spoken about the fact that she's been a winner here, but she's got a career best ranking that came back in 2017 of 5. So that's what Jocelyn Lam is up against. She's up against some real quality, and what would be slightly alarming would be the fact that she seems to be struggling to just read a little bit of what's coming at her from Hirano here.
Absolutely. It's almost... she's looking at the headlights, and she suddenly realized, heck, I'm at a World Cup. I'm at a player who has been top 10, top 5, as you say, who is 14 in the world at the moment. as prodigious. Really asked me questions on every single point. Looking at Hirano just in the far side, Jocelyn Lam will just have to take everything she can out of this tournament. Absorb the lessons, absorb the quality. Praise the organisation of this first seed versus the third seed in the respective groups. It really proved its value in the first two games, but since then, the first seeds have decided that they're not going to be caught by surprise.
Yeah, the other player in this group, I should also remind you, is Wang Jian, fitting in as the middle seeded player.
Well,
that's the way to return, and that's a much better start to this game.
A lot of it is in the bending of the knees, getting below the ball.
1-2. No, she's not going to go down without a fight. There's Jocelyn Lam here. That's good to see, because every single rally here is a learning experience for the New Zealander.
Quick learning experience.
It is quick, and she's struggling at times just to cope with the action on the ball from Hirano.
Point at a time. Just a little towel break. That's better. Good depth.
Oh, that's another miss. 3-4. Jocelyn Lam getting a foothold in this game. Really thanks to a couple of unforced errors there from Hirano, just trying to force things a bit. And then one from the youngster.
Well, we're meant to be neutral. I think we're both secretly rooting for Jocelyn Lam at the moment.
But it's a ruthless game, this one. The minute she gives her a chance, just floating that over there, it's going to come back with an awful lot. Too much for her to handle, really. We've seen that a couple of times now, but her composure's impressive. She's doing best to stay on top of this.
That's out. The top players are so tight to the net. They give you no space to play.
These are the moments when suddenly points just race away from the lower ranked player and the game is gone, just like that.
Light. 3-7.
Well, earlier on in the set, she punished one of those backhands, and that one was very, very wayward. Shot.
8-4.
Forehand.
She's got something. She's got something there. Every now and then pulling out a great shot.
fight.
Just acknowledge the net cord there, but she's in this game in a way she simply wasn't in the first. Jocelyn Lam.
Fight 9.
Our problems right the way through, dealing with the spin, the serve of new Hirano.
Fight 10.
Again, pushes long. That sets up another game point for Hirano. She'll just have to take whatever wins she can, whatever gains she can. Because as that one gets away, it's 2 games to love right now, and it gets away from Jocelyn Lam quickly, in a hurry there. Just for a moment, really want to know what we make of Mia Hirano. It's very hard to know what to make of her just now, because there are obviously errors coming from the New Zealander.
Well, you can only be what's put in front of you. She's kept it tight. She's made a couple of unforced errors in that second game, but the top seeds in the groups. This is, in theory, the easiest game that they will have this week, so just get used to the environment, get used to any drift that there is at this venue. It seems to be a very tight stadium.
Just wonder if she's not 100% there, Mia Hirano. Just having a little bit of a sniff there. If that is the case, then she'll want to play within herself. She'll want to get this one won as efficiently as possible, and she'll want to get herself rested for the next encounter to come. And as I said earlier on, that will be with Wang Jian.
What a very good group of Japanese players in the table tennis world. Hirano,
Third game.
the silver medalist at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021.
Love 1.
First point goes there to one of those fantastic Japanese players you speak about. We are going to see, of course, Mima Ito. We're going to see Miwa Harimoto in action as well. As well as Hina Hayata, the highest ranked at 6 of the Japanese contingent here for this Women's Singles World Cup. But Mia Hirano will have designs on going deep, you can be sure of that. Good recovery.
Straight love.
And that was through Jocelyn Lam before she could even move.
And again, what we've seen really, I think, so far this morning is the very, very top players. You give them a chance, they're brutal. They'll put it away.
Love 5.
Second service error from Jocelyn. That is careless. One is bad.
Love.
It's getting harder for the New Zealander. It's luck now.
Love.
Well, that's easy as you like. If you're wondering where all the noise is coming from, it's not for this one. It's because Chinese legend Ma Long is in action in the men's singles competition. Over on table 1 right now. Oh, nicely done. Puts it away, and she really is swaggering through this third game.
Moving very nicely into forehand. Again, you see the leg work and the footwork. Getting into position.
Love 9.
And no answers really from Jocelyn Lam here. Finds herself 9-love down.
Go with the side spin.
And it's not the first time we've seen that. Really struggling. There, look at that angle off the bat. Game point.
11 love. The game to Mew.
Mew Hirano, 11 love. As that makes it 3 games now to love. With the Japanese player easing her way now through this first encounter. It never looked like being a banana skin, but she's really made very, very light work, very easy work of this so far.
Yeah, it's been very efficient from Hirano. She'll be one, I think, some of the top seeds would want to avoid once you get into the round of 16, assuming Hirano does progress. And if you win 4-love in your first game, there's a pretty good chance of you getting through.
You think so? And remember, this is being played over this 4-game format in the group stage. And should things get tight, and they will get tight, there are a couple of groups that have got players who may be very similar in terms of their abilities. Should it get tight, then you're going to have a little look at the games and points won and the win ratio. In terms of determining who goes through. Only one goes through. Remember, you have to top the group to make it through. And right now, this is about, as we've said a couple of times, experience. And I'm sure the coach is making that point right now.
Yeah, it was interesting there. Jocelyn, with a little smile there, she looked relaxed. She looked very tense, very serious every time. Nicely set up so far.
The first game, Mew to serve, love ball.
Hirano to finish the job.
One love.
Might just have to have a little look at that bat there.
Please.
Again, it was the movement off the serve that's caused
look at
the point and a bit of damage by the looks of things.
I think it's okay, because it's the bottom.
Slammed it into the side of the table.
My thumb will be over.
It's the corner of the table there, just making sure there's nothing that's going to impact the flight of the ball.
Love 2. Oh, please. Time.
She's also suffered a little bit of an injury, has she, in doing that?
I thought so, yeah. I thought she caught her thumb. And there's a bit of blood there.
Just looked as if she jammed it then when she slammed that bat against the side of the table here. So a little bit of time taken off now, as Hirano quite rightly looks to keep herself limber, keep herself warm. And I would imagine it's just a bit of a rush for a plaster. As much as anything else, there's not much that can be done here.
I hope it's not more than that, because she I know it is just a little bit of blood, isn't it?
See if we can see that again. Here it comes.
Yeah, I thought she caught her thumb.
Straight away, looks straight to the hand and to the bat. A little bit of medical attention is at hand.
Giving blood to the cause.
Those tissues have come in handy for both players today, haven't they?
They have, yes. Yeah.
She's not going to forget this World Cup debut in a hurry.
The scars to prove it.
And there we are. Tissues out on the other side of the table.
Hope that's just a sniffle and that she could take some proper medication.
Well, the good news is with the format that she'll have time to rest. She's going to be able to rest up, and if indeed she is missing out on day 2, plays day 3, then he'll have to recover there.
Medical timeout in table tennis. Can't say not too many of them.
Not a sport normally given to too many injuries, but you can understand it. And really, it's a measure of the deception on the shots coming back from Hirano that's led to the injury there. He was always struggling to get bat on ball. And I'm not going to pretend to know this, but how long can they take as a medical timeout?
Well, yeah, you're quite right. I saw the umpire with the clock ongoing. And she's taking it in a good heart at the moment.
Yeah, you got to feel a little bit for her opponent as well right now, just in terms of, you know, she must have thought, I'm just about there, just about able to get out of here and, you know, recover. And as it is now, the plaster is going to go on. I mean, ordinarily, of course, this match would be over, you know, in any kind of, usually best of 5, you'd have thought. So as it is, because they're playing the 4th, this 4th is going to lead to something that might lead to a little bit of impediment to her ability to hold that bat.
Yeah, tell you what, that's a nasty little one. We'll watch it again, because it's the top of the thumb. So that's what hits it, and then zips through to the front as well. No, that's quite painful.
And remember, with that shake hand grip, that thumb would have probably been extended across the back of the bat there as well.
A little bit of attention.
Which means as long as this goes on, or the longer it goes on, the more swelling is going to come in, the more stiffness is going to come in. Then it's not really what you need when you're on the receiving end of a bit of a schooling here, as Jocelyn is today, but she's getting the attention she needs. And this is where you have to be a little bit careful if you are Miu Hirano. You do not want muscular problems coming your way. She's warmed up, she's played the best part of 4 games right now, and suddenly I would imagine this is probably a fairly well-air conditioned venue as well, the arena. You can be sure that it'll be easy to cool off and easy perhaps to just run the risk of suffering muscular problems. As Jocelyn does all she can now to race on with things. Bit of blood on the bat obviously as well.
Here's one to take back home to school. You never guess what happened to me.
Okay. Okay.
So, after quite a lengthy medical break.
Well, she'll have come expecting to give a bit of sweat, hopefully no tears, but we've seen blood. And what's it going to be? Just to remind you where we are in terms of the scoreline. Obviously, it favours the opposition. Love to.
Light. Love 2. Love 3.
Oh, straight away she looks down. And just as well this didn't happen in game 1.
Love.
A little push long now, and you'd be surprised to see her pick up too many points from this point on, the patched up Kiwi. Concentration must be absolutely broken, you can be sure of that.
Credit to Hirano, hers isn't.
Five love.
5 love, and feeling the resumption of play may last not as long as the delay that we had for the injury.
Light.
Called for it, got it.
Let on the serve.
Phát lọ. Love six.
Still, Jocelyn struggles to find a point. It's 6 now. As Hirano knows that if she just keeps her in the rally, she's probably going to win the point. Again, goes
7.
long. It's 7 now, and it's time to regroup really for Jocelyn Lam and look ahead to the next encounter, the next bit of experience here in Macau. What an amazing opportunity to be in Macau for a World Cup.
And eke out a point though. Back-to-back bagels. It's her best rally so far, but it's another losing point.
Love.
Well, really, this is a question now. I think there's almost nearly this thing to finish. I think. And again, and it's up to a game point here. This is beginning to look really, it has for a while now. The world number 14 against the world number 108 is going to come to the conclusion you would have expected.
11.
There is the conclusion.
And there it is.
10.
Yep, there's comprehensive. Just a pity it ended that way, really. The injury, meaning that from that point on, it was a possession, really.
2-0.
Our focus was on Jocelyn Lam, hoping that she could eke out a few more points. But I suppose you've really got to look at Hirano and see how professional she was, how she maintained her concentration during that long medical break, and pretty ruthless as well. Love and love in the last 2 games.
She surrendered only 7 points against her admittedly lower-ranked opponent today. 4 love it is, 11-2, 11-5, 11 love, 11 love. Job very much done by Miu Hirano there. The 2016 winner. Couldn't be happy that she is out of there with a win under her belt. And now she'll be thinking a little bit more about what comes next. Well, next up for us will be another Japanese player in action. We have the highly appealing Group 8, which is going to be an entertaining group there. So we've got Hina Hayata, ranked number 6, up against Sabine Winter of Germany, ranked 59. And interesting to see, in terms of those little subplots we spoke about earlier on, in particular the Japanese players, who looks sharpest, who looks the best out of those 4 players that they're going to have in action in this World Cup women's singles. But for now, we'll take another break as we have another one coming along. As Miu Hirano is beating Jocelyn Lam, and we'll leave you with some images of a comprehensive victory.
1-3.
Is this just...
Night pool. Four. 8-4. Seven love. One love. Eleven, 10. 4 games to 0.
welcome players and umpires. Women players, Sabine Winter representing Germany.
让我们欢迎今天的运动员，来自德国的沙宾温特。
Welcome back at the Galaxy Arena. We continue our group stage action at the ITTF.
Hayata representing Japan.
接下来出场的选手是来自日本的早田希娜。
Number 6 in the world, the Japanese player, and we find ourselves in a group which is also comprising
representing Korea.
来自克罗地亚的选手安德烈·加奇尼。
This, of course, is the return after a 3-year absence of the ITTF World Cup, singles for men and for women. It's a 25th stage.
Harimoto representing Japan.
下一位出场的选手是来自日本的山本智和。
Stadium tour that is international table tennis in 2024. They play a lot, but this one means something special to them. You can be sure of that. It's also a formula that is new for this competition, expanded to 48 players. And as a result of that, 2 stages, 3 days now, 3 days of group stage play, 16 groups, 3 players in each of those groups. Only one progress to stage 2 with knockout action. We've got a long way to go. We have any sense what's going to be going there. Because in this format, we see 3 players who are at least staggered in terms of their world rankings. But we have seen competitive matches, at least 4 matches played already this morning here in Macao. Des Gilbert has been alongside me, I'm delighted to say, for what we've seen so far. And Des, if there are any thoughts, any trends that you can identify with what we've seen, maybe starting with the very first match of the day, the formula seems to be one that encourages entertainment at the early stages of this competition.
I think when there's 30 or 40 places in world rankings between the first rank and the third rank, then that's an opportunity for the third rank player, and in this case Sabine Winter, to really in the hopes of the number 1 rank player. On this occasion is Hayata. Definitely Hayata is too good to put that. If Winter had been in a group with maybe number 8 or number 9, I think this might be a real opportunity. Quarterfinals definitely, semi-finals.
Yeah, you made a great point earlier on about the fact that when you get into maybe the top 6 in the world, they really, really are on another level. Whereas earlier this morning we saw the Korean Shin Yubin, who came into it ranked at number 7, really struggling against an experienced player in Singapore's Jian. Will we see something similar? This is probably the closest in terms of rankings of the matches we've had since that opening one this morning. But will come down, as it always does, to who does what on the day. And Hayata will come to this one, knowing that she's got the pedigree.
The umpire at women's table 主裁判 Cheonhui, Hong Kong, China.
Checking the equipment.
Assistant umpire 副裁判
Prerequisites.
Lagos, Macao, Chile.
She's in her 30s now. This match maybe 4 years ago. Really fancy a potential shock here. Has been as high as number 4 in the world. Now to number 16. Left-hander, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Not see that many left-handers.
The umpire on men's table, and tonight is Chen, Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, these 2 sides have met a couple of players, rather, have met a couple of times down the years. And on either side of the net, here's Sabine Winter here. Yeah, 31, as you said, now into her 30s, ranking of 59. And she was as high as 36 back in 2017, so a very solid performance, you can be sure of that. And Hayata, yeah, absolutely, once 4 back in 2023. She's won 3 contenders so far this year. In terms of recent form, she was beaten by the world number 1, Sun Sha, 3-2 for the final in Jian. Very disappointing. Absolutely, surprisingly, maybe shockingly beaten by compatriot Hirano in the round of 64 of the Singapore Smash. I think that's surprising in that clash of Japanese.
Well, we saw Hirano earlier on today, and Hirano good. So there's so many good Japanese table tennis players in its game at the moment. I think God will be the honour of the shot there, but what you've got to do, if you are Hayata, you've just got to get through this first game. Objective number one. Make sure you come away with at least 3 games. Get through it. Give yourself a much easier chance of winning into game number 2. Then you get into the knockout phase. Just make sure you don't mistake.
It speaks to the progression of Hayata. If you think back to the first meeting between these two sides, she was really just starting out in the sport back in 2014 in Spain when Sabine Winter beat her 4-1. Next time they met was 8 years later at a WTT contender in Zagreb, and that time it was Hayata, by now really in her full pomp, winning by 3-love, 11-3, 11-5, 11-5. You have to say that tells you really about the two players' career trajectories in the meantime.
It also tells you that Hayata's been around for a long time. She's still only 23, so she's still got the peak of her career to come.
So here we go, one to saver. Sabine Winter to serve against Hina Hayata.
1 love.
That was solid. Deception there from Winter on her serve.
The low-ranked players have nothing to lose. Nothing.
Love
2 points.
to...
Last she was in Asia not that long ago. Singapore smash, round of 32 for there. She went down to Cheonhui. Before that, round of 32 in Doha. Made the quarterfinals in Portugal as Hayata serves for the first time.
1-2.
She's a tall woman, Sabine Winter. I'm not sure that really helps you in table tennis. Yes, it gives you reach, but you've got to be very, very light on your feet.
3-1.
Very different from her compatriot Nina Mittelham. Compact, far more, you would say, stereotypical for the sport. Look at that, though.
Nice start. Very nice start.
Look at these little clenched fists here. If you could just record this and show it to any young sports person about positive body language, that's what Sabine Winter's got here.
Two, 4.
There's a high-quality start. Straight at it, these two. None of the tentative play we saw from a couple of our matches early on. A couple of slow starters, I think it was, but these two have really ripped into this. 2-4.
Three, 4.
Lovely backhand, Hayata. Not an awful lot wrong with the approach shot from Winter.
All.
Spoke about Winter's height, but you know she's a rangy character herself, Hina Hayata. Covers a lot of ground. Oh yeah.
4, 5.
Body language not quite too positive now.
In contrast to her opponent, who's got a spring in her step.
5-all.
5-all, and this is every bit as competitive as we kind of hoped it would be, based on the rankings, based on what we've seen so far, and also based on the tournament demands. For Winter especially, she knows this is really her chance, I think.
Take 5.
That's too much on it from Winter. Top rally. Just tightened up a little bit into her.
You know what's really clever about this format? Every point counts.
5,
And what
7.
we mean by that is if a group is tight, remember they're playing for 4. It's our best of. It It's you add up the games, you add up the points, and if it's tight, well, you're going to have 2-2s. I'm sure we're going to see a 2-2 somewhere or other today.
We had one, didn't we? In the opener?
3-1. First one, I think.
Yes, yeah.
Came close.
5-8.
You get a backspin. Stops on Sabine. And Hayata just pulling away after a bright start from the German.
Eight, 6. Nine, 6.
And she'll be angry with that one, Sabine Winter. Goes long again, 9-6 now.
Head to serve. Is in position.
Racket. 10.
Too good. 10-6.
And
there it is. And that ended quickly. That ended suddenly. It ended with a flourish there from Hina Hayata, who, once she got into her groove, really is beginning to look the part. Top 6 player in the world. And despite a bullish start there from Sabine Winter, she found herself just outclassed at times. In her first game, that really lived up to the billing.
Yeah, that came from 5-all when suddenly Hayata decided, right, I'm top 6. Sabine, very good player, but here's where I should have at last. So I think has got to take some encouragement from that. Attack Hayata, when she was able to control the rallies.
She's got some quality here. 13 senior titles already in her career. She's picked up something like 5 WTT senior titles, and you're right, it's just maybe this is where we discover what the difference is between the very best and the very good. It's just the key moments, it's the key points in games, in matches, when they just manage to stretch away, win the big points. And you could see there the focus from Hayata. Because Winter was in this early on, that first game. And she's still in this match. Yeah. Three games to go, remember. Let's not get too carried away. But
Hala to serve. Hala. Level. Let. One low.
Defense from Hayata. Again, the top players, they have the ability to turn defensive shots into attacking shots. Change the momentum of a rally.
coming back from that one. She acknowledges the net, but she swarmed all over Sabine Winter there.
One, two.
She's powerfully built, this European player. Really, you can just see Sabine Winter's all about that power. When she harnesses it, it's tough to live with.
Three, two.
But as we know, Des, power alone is not what this game is all about. too many errors on that forehand, too many pushed long.
Let.
And the tightness to the net produce a lot of leg cords for the top players.
2-4.
Winter's trying to get involved in rallies. She's been around for a long time. She's been playing at the world level for 14, 15, 16 years or so. Good athleticism from Sabine Winter.
It's a fabulous contrast, really, in body shape, style, approach to the game, power play from this European, and skills, and deception really from the Japanese player.
5-3. No warning. Ball inside.
Okay, so she's been called for hiding the ball on the service.
No. No.
Yeah, I need to know what's wrong, but...
No.
Yes, it's okay, but
Just
I need to know what's wrong.
the assistant umpire see the ball.
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay, but I need to know what is wrong, that I don't do it again.
The ball inside the playing surface.
But when I
Okay.
throw it up, then I hit over or I...
No. Is she being called for striking the ball once it's broken the plane of the table, rather than being outside of the table, which is when she's supposed to hit it?
She doesn't know. She doesn't know what she was called for.
She's demonstrating there that she's tossed the ball up and it's broken the plane of the table, and that she's been accused of striking it when it's over the table.
5-3.
It's a longish delay.
Let's see which player's concentration is affected most or least by this. I would imagine Sabine Winter.
Six, 3.
He's frustrated, but Hayata just returns everything so beautifully. Good depth.
Wears her heart on her sleeve to Sabine Winter, and you saw that straight away, the frustration that came through.
Three, 7.
Oh, she's trying to take Hayata on, and she's losing. It's fun to watch.
Not for her. And listen to that, and look at that, and you can see Sabine Winter's coach really is aware that her player has to put a lid on these emotions, because this is just getting away from her rapidly now.
Nine, 3.
One partial recovery by Hayata. She's relentless.
Nine, 4.
Well, finally, a point for Sabine Winter, who had been leaking them. May come a little bit too late in this game.
Forehand.
Forehand into the body of Sabine.
She moves to 10-4. This has been an impressive performance by Hayata. Plenty of distractions, but she's focused. And she takes it out. 11-4. Second game goes the way of the Japanese player. Even more impressive than the first. And down in some part, you have to say, to Sabine Winter really finding herself distracted. Des, you've had time to think about that warning, and that's really weighed on her. I noticed that the coach didn't have much to say at the time.
No, I mean, I'm not sure it really played on her. She's still frustrated that she got the warning, but she kept on going for her shots. I'm turning it around on Hayata. I think Hayata's just being wonderfully focused. And whereas the emotion is clear for Sabine Winter, Hayata has just kept returning the ball into play with interest and has hardly made a mistake. There was that one that she pulled wide, but since the break in play after the fault being called against Sabine Winter, Hayata was nearly perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't get to number 6 in the world without being pretty special. She's a study in focus, but there's been a power to her play as well.
Here.
Relentless and impressive.
Backhand. Winter to serve.
Right,
Level.
Sabine. And control those emotions. Or maybe not.
Well, there's an emotion for you. That's a positive one there. Takes out the first point. You get the feeling that she's going to win or lose on emotion.
1-0.
There's your evidence. A little bit too much of that juice. Heavy metal table tennis?
Yes. And it's such a delicate sport.
And that's where Hayata comes through. Time and time again, we've seen her just gain that advantage with that little flick, that top, that bit of venom.
It's about the depth as well. Depth right the way, a couple of inches from the end of the table each time.
Okay.
A change of
2-1.
a ball. Winter doing really well to return there. Don't think she would have got to the forehand if it hadn't crashed onto the top of the net.
3-2.
She knows this is the moment. She knows it. You can hear it. You can hear it from off the table, on the table. She knows that she wants to come away with something from this. She wants to come away with the 2-2. Now's the moment. She can't let game 3 get away from her.
Two, 4.
Right, for Sabine, this is a big point. She can stretch the lead to 3, John.
She's done it. And that's really the first time since the very start of this match that we've seen Hayata come under pressure. What's she got? How does she come back?
Six-2.
Power play from Sabine Winter.
Yeah, the force is with her. Straight down the middle, power from Winter.
7-2.
Just for the time being, you know, Hayata doesn't seem to have the answers.
Two 8.
It's 8.
Well, Winter has been aggressive but controlled with the aggression. And it's really paid dividends in this third game.
Three 8.
She stops the rot, but she's got a long way to get back into this game. And it took an error from Sabine Winter.
8-4.
Winter at a time.
She's talking again. Talk about contrast in emotions and the show of emotions.
To watch that, Winter.
Just like that, 3 straight points, and suddenly you feel it's Winter who's mentally under the cosh. Timeout.
Assuming by Sabine.
It's her moment. This is it. This is her match right now. Still has that 3-point advantage in this game. But we've seen just how quickly Hayata can dominate her and reel off the points. And we'll just remind everybody, as we take this time out, that we've got a steady stream of group stage matches coming your way today from Macau. First day of action at the ITTF World Cup Women's Singles. Next up on this table, table 2, will be the Korean Cheonhui up against Sarah Hanffou of Cameroon. And that's going to be another one where we see the highest ranked player in a group up against the 3rd ranked. It'll be a group 15 encounter. And then in this set of 4 matches, we'll have our first look at the top 10 ranked Romanian Bernadette Szocs takes on Marian Alhodaby of Egypt in one that could be a lot of fun.
Hi.
Based on recent meetings. But in the meantime, this is fun, and this is a big, big moment you feel in this match. 2 games up, it's just started to claw things back in a 3rd game that was going against her. Hina Hayata looking now to continue to put a bit of pressure on Sabine Winter. Now, has that break
8-5.
composed her or fired her up? We'll find out soon.
Theoretically, it's a good time to take the time out.
6-8.
She's lost them 1 point straight after.
Six, 9.
And that you feel is a significant one.
So much going on there. Sabine on the floor. Hayata having to wait. And
then 9-7.
Can't give her any width in a Hayata.
These are the big moments.
10-7.
Couldn't handle that, and as a result, it's Winter for the first time in this match who earns herself a game point, 10-7.
Egg-10.
Still has a couple, didn't get the break she wanted.
Final point can often be the most difficult, particularly against a top player in the world.
Oh, she's done it.
Wow.
What a way to take out game 3.
11-8.
She makes it 2-1
Again
now
to
to Hayata.
Winter.
11-8 that goes to Sabine Winter. And that's only the second time today we've seen one of the lower ranked players take a game off a higher ranked opponent. She deserved it. Played very, very well in that game.
What a way to get the winning point. She was aggressive, but it was controlled aggression, whereas we'd mentioned the emotion for Sabine Winter in the second game, especially after that fault was called against her for hiding the ball. Hayata, well, having clawed her way back in from 6 points down to just 2 points down, couldn't then complete the job, and so Sabine Winter, much credit for the 31-year-old.
What needs to be said now? What needs to be said now? Because she's playing on emotions. What did you see tactically there that she changed?
Slightly more controlled emotions. She was aggressive.
But given the quality we saw over the first 2 games from Hina Hayata, just a little bit of a surprise that she was forced into those errors. And you've got to give credit to the German. He's back in there, looking to draw this one, to tie this one at 2-2.
This isn't one I think that we had as a potential.
Hard to serve.
This is not a potential upset.
One love.
Vicious backhand.
Love 2.
That's the way to start. Solid from the world number 6. Takes a 2-love lead. And just puts the pressure back on the German.
One, 2.
This is good.
This is good. Winter is trying to get into attacking positions. When Hayata stops Winter attacking, then she's in control of the game.
Two all.
So it's gone with serve so far, 2-all. Who makes the break? That, by her standards, is a show of emotion. What a way to follow it up. If she was angry, she let her bat do the talking.
Three all.
Swing and a miss from Hayata. Again, it's controlled aggression from Sabine Winter. The fist pumps are back.
Four, 3.
4-3. And this one looks like being a nail-biter as we come towards the closing stages of what has been a really interesting game, in that this one looked as if it was comprehensively going the way of the Japanese player.
4 all.
No. Apologies from the Japanese there, but it's 4-all.
That was a big point. That was a big break.
Again, once she gets on that forehand.
Sabine Winter taking the game to the world number 6.
Oh, yeah.
6-4.
What a return.
There's nothing wrong with Hayata's shot. Oh, nice. 6-4, Sabine Winter.
6-5.
Second time we've seen a big break for the Japanese player, who acknowledges as much. Big points. Oh yes, again she's done it.
5-7.
Winter stays in the point, stays in the rally, and with a little bit of an edge of the table, puts the misfortune behind her.
Hayata trying to take the initiative away from Winter, but Winter continues to attack. Yeah, it does get a slight edge, which takes it away, but fully merited it. 7-5.
Oh!
6-7.
Call a winner here, Jeff.
I would say Hayata. I would say that she's just got that experience and is close enough, but it's a 51-49 call.
She re-establishes that 2-point cushion.
Once the net, not helping Kina Hayata. Good game.
Nice.
9.
Timeout.
Now remember, as they go into this timeout, I mean, Hayata can afford to lose this game. She can afford to draw the match 2-2, because then it just comes down, doesn't it, to what both of them do against Elizabeta Samara, because we're adding up games and points, and clearly, given the first 2 games in this one, Hayata's comfortably ahead of Winter. It would have to take a shocking performance next up. But the fact of the matter is that Sabine Winter is very much alive in this.
Absolutely, and is very much alive in the group. Because remember, Sabine Winter is the 3rd ranked, the lowest ranked of the 3 athletes. She is an athlete. She's got a terrific physique, wonderful can-do attitude. She gets over the line. Last set, she went with a fabulous winner to take the final point. She was brave.
And what we've also seen is we've seen proof positive that if you can harness those emotions, and she's never not going to be emotional. We know that. We've seen it throughout. But she's used it to her advantage. And we've just seen the first seeds of doubt really sown there in the minds there of Kina Hayata, who I don't think would have expected this kind of a challenge today. Not in this match.
Nine, 6.
Oh!
7-9.
7-9 on the Hayata serve. Both timeouts used. Doesn't get much better than this.
It's good, very good.
This is good group stage table tennis. This.
Oh!
8-9.
She claws back within 1.
When Hayata can take the initiative in the point and stop Winter attacking, then she is winning just about every point.
Keeping it off that forehand brilliantly once again. 9-all.
Brings in a low to Hayata.
You're right, Des. Absolutely right. She's not giving Sabine Winter what she wants. She's keeping it tight. She's not allowing her to get that forehand out rather, get the arm out, get any kind of space to move in. And when she does, she gets a huge point. 10-9.
Oh. Just a little bit too much height on the return of serve.
Well, here it is. Game point for 2-2 in the match. Oh, it's pushed it.
Forehand with the forehand of all shots.
That's surely occasion more than anything else, Des. She's hit so many of them. 10-all.
Chen 11.
Utterly brilliant.
Give her a chance. Now it's Hayata's turn to look at victory. And she's done it. In Hayata, who looks as if she was going to be left with a 2-2, comes away with a 3-1 victory. But as hard as you could possibly have envisaged going into this one. What a match.
Fabulous stuff. Thank you. And really good from Hayata from 9-10 down to win the last 3 points. That one on a big rally as well. Tying up a brave effort. On the German. It's 3 games to 1, but tell me what, Sabine Winter take an awful lot of pride out of her performance. That game may well have cost her a place in the knockout stages.
Yeah, you'll look at the points and you'll see that she's taken a good number of points there off her rival. But ultimately, it's going to be the games that will settle this one. And now they both find themselves coming up against Elisabetta Samara, the third member of that group. But wow, more than anything else, great entertainment. Entirely what we were hoping for from this group stage format. That really was probably, you have to say, the best we've seen so far today in Macau group stage. Many more great matches to come. As we just confirm what we've seen here in this one, and we'll look back at some of the moments from a really entertaining encounter that saw Hayata make a fantastic start after a strong opening 2 points from Sabine Winter, only for the German to get her frustrations under control and give us rich entertainment towards the end. Next up will be a Group 15 matchup. We're going to be seeing the Korean 17th ranked Cheonhui up against the number 86 from Cameroon, Sarah Hanffou. So some more shots and some more drama from a game that had just about everything, in all honesty. A match that delivered controversy, frustration, and in the end, a highly competitive denouement, which was won by the world number 6, Hayata. And here we go then, back at table 2. It's group 15 action now. Cameroon's 37-year-old, world-ranked 86, Sarah Hanffou, is coming up against a much higher-ranked opponent here, just emerging here in Macau. The Galaxy Arena is the world number 17, 22-year-old Korean, Cheonhui. As I said, both of these players in group 15 here at this World Cup. And it also features Bruna Takahashi.
On paper, this is one in which you'd fully expect Cheonhui from Korea to get the better of Hanffou. Hanffou has made her way into the top, close to the top 80 in the world. Who's been competing at the national level.
接下来让我们欢迎来自中国的樊振东。
Sarah Hanffou, French-born, I think Brian's saying. Yeah, so obviously Sarah Hanffou is somebody who's going to come into this one. It's an interesting group, this one. When you look at the ranking of the third player, Takahashi in this one. Takahashi's in at 19. So theoretically, for Hanffou, this should be out of depth. But we haven't seen that necessarily be the case really so far.
The other side they're going for. Make sure that she gets maximum points out of it. Nothing win. Because she'll have to assume, I think, that Takahashi comes down to a winner takes all. Hanffou down as out to the slaughter.
Well, let's take a little look at Sarah Hanffou there, 37-year-old from Cameroon, best ever ranking of 77 in the world last year. 5 senior titles to her name. Most recent we've seen in the women competed. That was round 32 when she exited. Slowly and steadily smashed all 5 rounds. Best performance for her in 2024 would be the African Games in Accra, Ghana. Finalist there. And yeah, yes, I mean, we know what she's up against here.
It certainly is pushing that putting 15 here. At 37, she'll enjoy the occasion. No pressure, zero pressure. Third ranked.
The umpire of men's table, 男子球台主裁判 Morgan Ingrid, Sweden. Assistant umpire 副裁判 Chen Jian, Hong Kong, China.
Yeah, verticolor. Steps into the gap. He had a bit of action for the initials earlier on today, one way or another. We had an injury. So young Mittelham, beautiful. We had a bit of controversy with some injuries. I think this one brings us. There is Cheonhui, recent action. Round 32 lost to Hayata. Made it to round 16 in Singapore, going down to Meng. Great surprise about that. No major titles to name it in 2024. What a finalist in Goa. Best ever career ranking of 14 coming earlier this year. Just a standard dominance again to see one of these group stage matches in terms of world ranking. As much as anything, really, it's going to come down to this person. We've seen that all the way through today. The higher ranked player, the heavily favoured player, just has to be in the right headspace.
Yeah, that's where the pressure is. Nothing to lose for the third ranked player. They're third ranked for a reason.
Hanffou to serve, love all.
So Hanffou from Cameroon, or representing Cameroon, to get us underway.
Love 1.
Backhand, forehand, winner. That's the dominus.
Two,
Well, I'm going to make my judgment after two points. Yeah, she might be up against it here. Do love to the lady from Korea, 22 years old. And there we are. That's more like it from Sarah Hanffou. Gets herself on the scoreboard.
That's a terrific drive down the forehand. Backhand in position. Let's go cross table.
1-3.
Just wonder if Cheonhui is going to be taking a look at that backhand of Hanffou. Just looks struggling for timing.
Left.
A little bit.
With Hanffou, when first, make sure to go straight ahead and not throwing backwards.
And there's a service warning.
So there's warning in this game. It wasn't in the last.
1-4.
Hanffou up against it already.
Oh,
you can say that again.
That's dispatched beautifully. Minimal movement.
Outside.
Only breaking into the world top 20 tail end of last year. So on an upward trajectory.
Well, she means business here.
Yeah.
Sharp start to this one.
Left. 1-6-6-1. Seven.
Side spin there. Seeing some good skills from Cheonhui.
2-7.
Yeah, we've seen a lot. We've seen an all-round game really so far from her. As well as one or two weaknesses from Sarah Hanffou at times here is chasing shadows really.
The serve is just sitting up there to be dispatched by Cheonhui.
At
the moment, Sarah Hanffou really struggling to get any kind of a foothold in this match.
Into the net. And Ju Cheonhui is making a short shift of Sarah Hanffou, which I think we feared might be the case.
She only needed one game point. 11-2 it is. Comprehensive. That is a dismantling we've seen in game one. And it's hard to say at times like this, you know, whether we're going to be looking at what Cheonhui's been doing right or what Sarah Hanffou's struggling to do, because she struggled to cope with a couple of really fundamental aspects of this one so far. Can't handle the serve too well, struggled a little bit with the pace and the movement.
Saying that, Ju has been clinical, has dispatched some fearsome forehands. Here's the depth and width of the court.
Yeah, Cheonhui's not enjoyed the best of 2024's Des. 5 events competed in, 11 matches played, won 6, lost 5. So just on the fringes of the very best, you'd have to say.
Yeah, one of the things I was looking at though in those scores, there's a lot of 12-10s, 13-11s.
Second game, Chu to serve, love all.
Maybe the finishing is what Cheonhui has to work on.
That's
Love
it.
1.
Chance to show a little bit of power there.
Love it when the underdog produces a shot like that.
But this is the one that matters, the one that follows the point.
One.
So often we've happened, the higher ranked player back, puts it behind them.
Two, 1.
I think was expecting a shot down onto the backhand there. Ju. Let go.
2-1.
And strangely, really, for someone who started so very well in the first game, Ju's just not quite got into it, not quite clicked in this second. But the good news is it gives us a contest.
Yes.
Oh, she's got away with one there, and I think she might know that. Totally misread the serve.
4-2.
Struggling with the spin, top spin and back spin.
But it's 4-2 on a serve. Sarah Hanffou making a fight of this second game.
5-2.
Real fight.
And that was excellent on the backhand. They hadn't seen that yet.
Three, 5. Four, 5.
Ball from Sarah. She was in a strong position in this game. 5-2 up. A couple of backhand errors.
Five, 5.
3 in a row now for Cheonhui, and again, if you're looking for those little trends that you see in these, not mismatches, but contests between those of different stature,
6, 5.
tends to be those little flurries of points that go against the lower ranked player, but Sarah Hanffou has managed to pick one up. 6-5 on serve.
Excellent rally.
7.
Sarah Hanffou going shot for shot. And this is a completely different woman to what we saw in the first game.
You get the sense really that it's down to Ju to just sort of shut things down a little bit here, if she can.
Six, 7.
If you can just stick to that backhand of Sarah Hanffou, that looks like the most likely point to errors, really. Whereas if you open things up and let her get into a rally, she looks powerful.
7.
A rare forehand error. Ju has clawed this one back to all square.
Let 7, 7. Seven, 8.
Just like that, Cheonhui sneaks into the lead in this second game, having trailed virtually throughout.
Eight.
Neck and neck, 8 apiece.
Well done, Sarah Hanffou. Well beaten in the first game.
Nine, 8.
Again, I just can't quite cope with that.
Nine, 9.
Not a good approach shot.
9. And she put away what she had to put away. And this one now, he's getting into some nerve-tingling territory for both players. In particular, this one, you feel. 9-9. She serves.
Go!
10, 9.
Can she claim a game?
Well, Cheonhui has had problems finishing matches this year. Finishing at games. So then, Sarah Hanffou, this for 1 apiece.
10, 10.
It was tentative, a little push in the backhand there. And it just set it up for the Korean to level things up at 10-all. You talk about finishing points and games off.
She didn't believe in herself, did she, Sarah? Still in it, though. Still in it.
She went for it.
11.
I admire the enterprise, if not the execution.
Oh, her coach knows she's had the chances. She's had the chances here. 10-11.
12, 10.
And that one just
game.
goes long. And
2.
there's a chance blown, really, by Sarah Hanffou. 12-10 it goes to Cheonhui, but that doesn't really tell you the story of that game at all.
Complete about face from the first game, which was an 11-2 blowout. Yeah, Sarah Hanffou at 9-all.
9. 10-9. She had a game point. And the thing about that, Des, is you spoke about Chu having this inability this year to close games out. It's Sarah Hanffou who's just let her off the hook there. I don't think you could say for 1 minute that Chu suddenly discovered how to close that one out. She was given it.
Yes, good point.
Maybe she knows it.
Downcast look from Sarah Hanffou, representing Cameroon.
Time. Time, please.
Over on table 1 is Fan Shandong in action. No surprise then that we're hearing lots of noise there, but plenty of excitement generated in game 2 of this clash here in table 2 action, with the women's singles providing some very, very close contests, even at this early stage of this competition. Sarah Hanffou to serve, game 3.
Left 1.
She went for her shots in the second game.
One, 1.
unusual for Cheonhui to miss that backhand. It was sitting up nicely for her.
One, two. Two.
And these two really in the last 20 points or so, really far cry from that opening game.
Hanffou's changed her approach. She's going for shots. They're not all coming off, but enough are to be competitive.
2, 3.
Well, it's fast and furious, the action here. They are going at it, these two. At the moment, it's a policy that's giving us some entertainment.
Five, 2.
The approach was short from Hanffou. That gave Cheonhui a chance. Another timeout called by Hanffou.
Seems like it's better, but
She's too fast.
Coaching being conducted in English. 37-year-old. I think she knows her way around this, but it's just, as much as anything, understanding the opponent here. And the compelling thing about this encounter seems to be that Cheonhui, for all of her brilliance at times, for all of the sharp starts she made, has just shown herself to be vulnerable at times. Just a question of whether or not Hanffou can exploit the opportunities she's given.
5, 2. Two, 6.
Body language negative for the first time since the first game.
4, 2, 7.
Call against Hanffou. We have had a warning earlier on in the game.
8, 2.
She drops the point as well, so suddenly it's 8-2 in the third, and the problems mount.
Yeah, the timeout hasn't worked. All 3 points lost since the timeout.
Nine, 2.
Make it 4, 9-2 now. This is turning into a much easier exercise for Cheonhui.
2, 10.
Who now moves on to a game point and relentlessly now in search of 3 love, which he gets. 11-2, 3 love with a game to play. And that second game really was the outlier. We've seen 11-2 replicated in games 1 and 3. And really, Hanffou was never really in this game at all.
Strange performance from Ju, in that clearly, much the better player. But when she's under pressure, that's when the mistakes seem to kick in. And she's got nice, healthy leads. Bashes away. Forehand, backhand, topspin, underspin, bit of everything. So maybe it's confidence, maybe it's just the next step of the learning curve for Cheonhui. As you say, he doesn't win many titles, but is competitive in matches. Most difficult thing of all, of course, is to win titles and win matches.
Yeah, so next up, of course, we spoke about this earlier on, Bruna Takahashi, who's 19th ranked. As Ju gets us underway with an error at the start of this fourth game, we just wonder how that one's going to play out. We haven't seen Takahashi in action yet, but Ju's got some work to do, you feel. Needs to tighten up.
One. Two.
Just tucked up into the forehand.
Let 1, 2.
Almost playing that like an underarm.
2.
Well played.
There we are, power. Power again then from Hanffou. Getting where she wanted to be. And from someone who looked utterly inflappable earlier on, Cheonhui is just beginning to show signs of frustration here.
It is. It's a strange performance. Looks convincing.
But it's really the serve that separates them, you know. Hanffou struggled throughout to come to terms with it, and but for that, things would have been a lot closer. She made the most of the advantage she got, and she just edges back in front. 4-3 now to the Cameroonian.
That's the shot that Sarah Hanffou has. She's just not had enough opportunities to play that open forearm.
4.
Well, she had the opportunities there, but came up against some fantastic counter-attacking play.
She's fully committed to it. And so is in no position to respond.
5-4.
The serve you're talking about. The spin.
Five.
But still, she can't get away. 5-all. As a contest, this one is over. But it's points, and maybe more than that. It's what you take forward into the tournament.
Make a great point there, John. I think Ju Cheonhui will take one or two negative thoughts.
Yeah, she's flattered to deceive. That's what we say.
Six.
Again in neutral capacity. I'm rooting for the underdog.
Get the feeling that her chance in the last game, when she really had opportunities to close it out, or at least an opportunity to close it out, and couldn't quite do so. She trails by 1 now, 7-6, Ju Cheonhui.
Seven.
And we've seen an improvement in that backhand of Sarah Hanffou's throughout the course of this match.
7, 8.
Does we say that?
Just as you say that.
Just as I say that, you're right. You're right. But it's been that kind of game, scrappy. I've got to say, I don't think we can kid ourselves. A lot of errors in this one.
8, 8.
Hanffou will go away saying, I'm being competitive. Pushed a highly ranked opponent all the way in 2 of the games. And have forced her to take a timeout at 8-all in the final set.
Yeah, and let's remind everybody, it's, you know, going to come down to points accrued as well. For 1 minute, anyone thinks Sarah Hanffou is going to go far. But when we come to the end of this group stage and look at the total points for some of these players, they'll take it away. And some of them have taken decent points tallies off higher ranked, very highly fancied opposition.
Not wrong. Sabine Winter, in particular.
She'd take 30-odd.
10,
31?
31, yes.
31 points, yeah. Sabine Winter took 31 off the world's number 6, Hayata.
Leave it.
Earlier on, Zeng Jian took 31 points off Shin Yubin.
Gave her a scare. Gave her a real scare. Hasn't quite been the case here, but there's still a bit of a struggle for Ju to get this one finished off.
9, 8.
That was everything. Focus.
Once again, the serve setting it up, and now she sets up an opportunity to make it 4-love. It's the game point for Cheonhui.
Nine, 10.
Resistance.
And the chance still there for the Korean, but Sarah Hanffou, as has been the case, putting up some excellent resistance. And there it is.
11-9.
Oh, that was a lovely way to finish. Not a convincing performance all round. She played in fits and starts, but that was a crushing, comprehensive shot to finish things off for Cheonhui, who has made it through her opening encounter. Not entirely convincingly, but she's done so with a victory against the World 86 Sarah Hanffou. She's done so by a scoreline there of 11-2, 12-10, 11-2, 11-9, and she's conceded 23 points along the way. So I guess the question is, and we're beginning to see enough of these higher ranked players, Des, who's living up to the billing, who's not living up to the billing? And I think I know what the answer is here, but as far as Cheonhui is concerned, looks as if there's some work to be done.
Yeah, lots of work. I think the most impressive we've seen was Chen Meng earlier on.
5-1.
It was mighty impressive in a 4-4-1-4 victory over Natalia Bajor. Hirano also won comfortably against Jocelyn Lam, but we didn't really see an awful lot of her. The thing for the number 1 seed, John, they've just got to make sure they score at least 3 games. That's priority number 1. You can afford a drop game here and there. Just get used to the occasion, get used to the venue, get used to the drift within the arena, get used to the crowd.
And in that case, you look at the score and you look at the numbers, and job done by Cheonhui here. We'll leave this one. Just a little teaser for you. Next up, it's a Group 11 opening game, and that match is going to be an encounter between the Romanian number 9 ranked player, Bernadette Szocs. She's up against the number 78 from Egypt, Mariam Alhodaby. But I will tell you, they have met once before He did. It was an absolute cliffhanger. So here's hoping for that one. Stay with us here. More Table 2 action from Macau to come very soon.
4-3. Four. 11-9. Fourth game.
And this is Mariam Alhodaby from Egypt. The world number 78 is about to make her first appearance against this woman, Bernadette Szocs, ranked 9 in the world, the Romanian 29-year-old. It's Group 11 action coming your way right now from the ITTF World Cup Macau 2024. And this is one really to look forward to, if only because the only meeting between these two women before came at the World Championships in Durban, and it was a 4-3 thriller won by the Romanian 11-8, 13-11, 8-11, 11-7, 9-11, 8-11, 11-6. If we have anything like that today, that'll be special. Well, we won't, because it's only 4 games, but the point is that despite the disparity in their rankings, number 9 and number 78, these two have shown in the past that they can produce something highly competitive. Well, this is what we're looking forward to today, and I'm sure you've been with us for a while. You have. You'll have seen that Sometimes the rankings don't tell the whole story in these matches, and Des Corkill, who's commentating alongside me today, has seen this one. Mariam Alhodaby is certainly somebody who comes from a fine pedigree as a player, and somebody who probably doesn't respect reputations too much, one would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, she's been champion of Africa on at least 2 occasions. She's got 1 or 2 scalps to her name, and as you say, when she played her opponent today, Bernadette Szocs, last time she pushed her all the way. So she does have the ability to really give some of the top-ranked players serious matches. She's a tall woman. She's got good range. She's also very agile. If Alhodaby again Szocs all the way, it would be a shock if she did.
There you go. I was waiting for that one. Well, there she is then. Pulls her Szocs up, then this could be something special from the Romanian here today. Now, she's somebody who comes into this one with some real pedigree. A career best currently ranking of 9 for the 29-year-old. And as far as Mariam Alhodaby is concerned, well, her best ever has been 40 back in 2022. But, you know, an African champion in the past, you say 1 senior title to her name. Pedigree for Szocs is that she's a player who comes into this one with a quarter-final loss to Chen Meng in Incheon in her most recent senior action. In Singapore, it was a disappointment. She went down, perhaps surprisingly, to Sawettabut of Thailand in the round of 64. As Miguel Lagos has now stepped up into the high chair.
Real contrast in physiques. One tall and lanky, Szocs tiny.
So Chikung will be assisting Miguel today. And as you can see, players just having a little look around this arena, getting a sense of where they are. You mentioned drift earlier on and what happens in terms of the atmospheric conditions within the space. There's a lot of noise coming from the other table. We've seen 2 of the biggest names in Chinese men's table tennis in action, and you know, it's all about atmosphere. It's about finding their way into a competition. And what's lovely about this format is you don't play one and go home. There's always a second, no matter what happens in the first, and that's why this group stage format was conceived, very well executed. They separated the associations. You couldn't have more than 1 player from the same nation, for example, playing in a group. The way that the seedings has worked out, I've liked so far.
Observed it. We can't play her because she's in the same area.
Alhodaby to serve.
There have been some good battles already. This one promises quite a bit. I'm looking forward to seeing if Alhodaby can produce an upset.
Now she gets us underway with a point dropped on serve.
Lob 1. One all. Two, 1.
Oh, that found its way through there. Bernadette Szocs, 29 now, far more compact in terms of the physique and also the style, and consistent performer who's forced her way into
2-1.
top 10 world ranking.
2-all.
But there's a raw energy to the Egyptian player, and there's an air of maybe unpredictability at times, I think, in terms of the way she utilizes those long levers.
Though she's tall, she's not carrying much weight, Alhodaby, so helps her being quick around the table.
3-all.
Forehand to the backhand didn't quite come off, but encouragement from the coach. French girl Prithka is the other member of this group.
4-3.
Yeah, pretty good. Pavard is going to come up against, I think, one of the tightest groups here, just by the looks of things, the way these two measuring up. Much will come down to Bernadette Szocs and whether her class will see her pull away in this and the other match, but
3-5.
Coach looks on approvingly.
well, she had all the answers there, Bernadette Szocs. And this is where you see that quality come through. Strong defense, solid performer.
Szocs has got medals galore throughout her career, particularly as a youth. Fallen away as the years have gone on, although European Games gold in 2023.
Oh, nicely done by Alhodaby there. Yeah, Szocs with just the 3 senior titles, no senior WTT titles to her name either. So for her to have that world ranking is quite something.
A lot of quarters and semis.
4-8.
And she's solid. You can be sure of that. She's not giving anything away. Mistakes so far coming from her opponent.
Five, 8.
Alhodaby touches the top of the net. Forehand looks a formidable weapon.
She's jumping around onto that forehand every chance she gets, but she's got to make it count.
Nine, 6.
And that, by her standards, was loose.
Yes. Coach not impressed. A bit of fortune.
And that fortune takes her within a point of the opening game, which has flown by.
Seven, 10.
There it is. She bustles away from the table. Job done in the first game without having really to break a sweat there. 11-7. A very compact, efficient performance. And I don't really know what we make of her just yet. I think we've seen a lot more from her opponent to basing a judgment on.
Muscles is the perfect adjective. She was neat and tidy, kept things tight. It's allowed the Egyptian much opportunity to use that pace and smash. Show an awful lot offensively. Used the ball on the table. Allows the opponent to make mistakes. It's just one good backhand winner from Szocs, as you say. It's a bustling, competent, abilities performance.
Let's just give you a little update on the tournament as a whole. If you are new to it, it's a new format for this competition. 48 players in the draw. And as a result, 16 groups to be in action over the first 3 days of the competition. And the first stage sees them, of course, play in a round-robin format. One player goes through from each group through to the second stage, where we get into a far more conventional format, which will take us through to the finals at the weekend. $55,000 up for the winner of the singles competition. $1 million in terms of the prize purse spread across the fields.
Love 1.
Game 2, point 1, going the way of the Egyptian.
And that ball still heading up to the ceiling.
Let Love 1. One all.
She's missed a few on those forehands, Mariam. She can't afford to do it because she won't be given too many opportunities by Bernadette Szocs.
Get the feeling she lives and dies by that forehand, doesn't she? Always shapes to set up for her, but she's got to make it pay, as you say.
One, two.
There was a look.
Three, one.
That's what Szocs is all about. Neat and tidy, tight. Tying up her opponent.
Four, one.
I'm just watching the errors come. That's really the game here. She's going to make you beat her, isn't she?
Yes, without being overly negative.
1, 5.
Wow, there was a contrast in styles then. The quality, the reach for that top spin from way below the table there, and then somewhat wild in the end from Alhodaby.
It's okay or
Well, she's seeing something wrong with the ball. Are we going to see a change?
okay? I need another. Yes.
Change of ball. I'll just hit this one up a bit.
Always makes me smile, the contrast with how precious they are with the balls in table tennis compared to badminton and those shuttlecocks.
1, 5.
All right, new balls. Will it make a difference?
Just
2, 5. Six, 2.
She's got some power in her. We're talking about her being efficient and solid, but there was some real venom attached to that.
7, 2.
Great depth, technically very, very sound.
Undemonstrative, just getting the job done.
Three, 7.
That is good from Alhodaby. When they go toe-to-toe, she's fun to watch.
Alhodaby needs to be good every time. Therein lies the difference, the consistency of Bernadette Szocs receiving.
4, 7.
That's something of a rarity. Consecutive points there for Alhodaby. She tries to claw her way back into this.
Packs a punch.
Oh, that was lovely. Just opened up, and no answers there for Alhodaby. Well, that gives her an advantage that takes her to another game point now to stretch out into a 2-game-to-love lead. Bernadette Szocs.
Five, 10.
She's not going to go down without a fight. Alhodaby here. 5-10.
It is a big forehand that she has when she can find a bit of space to play it.
11-5, second game to Szocs.
We've seen the best of them in that game for sure. Very, very strong showing from the Romanian here. Easy as you like, 11-5, easing through this one. To follow an 11-7. She's getting better and she's opening up, more expressive in that game for sure. If the first game was defined by mistakes by Alhodaby, then this was a game that Bernadette Szocs went out and took control of really. And if it carries on this trajectory, then I'm looking forward to seeing what we see from her as she builds towards what she hopes will be a successful World Cup here in Macau.
Yeah, she'd like to see her against one of the top four. See if the tightness that she has in her play can be carried out against the best players in the world. Alhodaby is the best in Africa.
Yeah, the last she came up against, as I said, was Meng when she went down in that quarter-final in Incheon. But it was only a 3-2 loss in that one. And, you know, that's why she's up there in the rankings. There's a solidity to her game and an unruffleable demeanor as well about her. Just to see what happens if, as you say, one of the very best puts pressure on Bernadette Szocs.
Your game, Alhodaby to serve, love all. Love 1. Two, love.
Back to the first game, where Szocs keeps it on the table. Waits for Alhodaby to put it off the table.
Three, love.
And again, she's just not really settled into this game at all in any way, Mariam Alhodaby.
More vertical, please. When
Coach
you
knows.
More vertical, please. Love 4.
Bustles away, once again into position. Delicately, but in a bustly way.
One, 4. Four, 2.
Much more like it. A bit more aggression there from Alhodaby, paying dividends.
Szocs has tried to keep her away from the forehand, which is very strong.
4, 3.
3 in a row.
Four, all.
Well done. 4-all it is. And she's not going to be perturbed unduly, and you can see that, but Alhodaby will take a lot of heart from what's happening here.
Four, 5. Six, 4.
Szocs just plays every point on its merits. Top coaches say that that's the way to do it. Easier said than done.
Oh, and there we go. Just when she needed that extra gear, she's found it. Previously, it was those wicked flick backhands, but just look at the forehands that were unleashed in this rally here, and suddenly it's 7-4.
Alhodaby says, okay, I've got to stop the rot somehow. This was 4-all, wasn't it? So 3 big points in a row. Szocs.
You get the feeling with some of the very best players, Des, that if they want to, they can just take it to another level, just find another gear, just step it up a little bit. And we certainly saw that from Szocs there.
She makes it to the knockout stages. That's a woman you want to avoid in the round of 16. Quarterfinals. Over there as well.
She seemed to be making a lot of points about a backhand there. And, you know, one thing we've noticed so far with the very best players is when they play the players who are lower ranked, what's happening is those very heavily flicked spin backhands. You might think they're just blocking, but they're not. The ball's coming back with a lot on it. And that's what the lesser players, shall we say, seem to be struggling to deal with. And that's a weapon that she's already used to good effect today, I think.
7-4. 4-8.
Well, that's, by her standards, a real show of frustration.
It was, wasn't it? She was desperately trying to not show the frustration.
A message to the coach again about that backhand.
Eight, 6.
But she's got it under control again.
Nine, 6.
Too good. And that sets her up for a third game point now. Or a first game point for the third game.
Seven, 10.
Not taken.
Nonetheless, it's been impressive from Szocs in an understated way.
11-7.
There she is, away from the table. Quickly as you like. 11-7. She takes out the third. A couple of little wobbles there towards the end. The timeout didn't help her in any way whatsoever. Called by her opponent. And if anything, it just served to get into her head a little bit. But no harm done. 11-7, 11-5, 11-7. The score's pretty much reflective of this one so far, Des, in that Alhodaby's never really looked like troubling her in some of the ways we've seen in some of the earlier matches.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier on that the Alhodaby had taken her to 7 games last time they met. It's difficult to see how. Nonetheless, she's still having a little complaint. There's Szocs. On the other side, Alhodaby is in need of a little bit of a morale booster.
Yeah, she seems to have kept those emotions very much under control throughout the course of this one, but there was a little flare-up just after the timeout when she was angry with herself, angry with her backhand by the looks of things, but no major harm done. And she seems to be strolling, really, towards her next assignment in this group.
Szocs plays club table tennis in Bremen, in Germany.
Game, Szocs to serve, love
feel
all.
that those who are playing regular top-class league action always just seem to have that little bit of an edge.
One love. 1-all.
Chen.
1-2.
Just drops long. Don't think Al-Mohammadi's been allowed to play.
No, I was going to ask you what you made of her so far, and it's very hard to say, really. Successive net cords there, impacting that rally. She just feels like it's been a frustrating outing for her. Can't open up, can't play her game. And that's really in tribute to, I think you'd have to say, to Szocs and the way she's just shut down any opportunities for the Egyptian.
Exactly that.
4-1.
Once again, how many times have we seen that one pushed long?
Shot.
2-4.
Just taking the edge. I took it away from Bernadette Szocs.
Yep, she's got that one. Just a quick heads up for you, if you're planning on what you want to watch next, we've got one of the big Chinese players coming up on table 2 very shortly. I'll let you know the details of that in just a minute.
Three, 4.
3-4, and it's Group 3 action up next here on table 2, and it'll be the world number 3, Wang Yidi of China, up against Hong Kong China's Du Hoikem. And you can be pretty sure the crowd will switch across to this side for that one. There'll be lots of noise around that. That's next up on table 2. Oh, she pulled it wide. She'd done everything right, used every inch of that table, only to miss the sitter.
Four all.
5-4.
One of the impressive things about Szocs, nothing seems to perturb her. Point's gone, she's missed the sitter. Next point, she's straight back in the groove.
Five all.
That's good. Morale booster there for Alhodaby, though. 5-all. She's living with her illustrious opponent so far in this final game.
Six, 5.
And in fact, forcing errors, she nudges in front 6-5 now to the Egyptian.
Six all.
That's a great way to reply. A couple of points went against her, Bernadette Szocs, but she manages to pull that out.
Seven, 6. Six,
God.
8.
She has got that ability. It's nice and tight within the arc. Doesn't need to spread the arms. Finds the far corner. Great rally.
Great rally. There's Pritika Pavad, the 28th ranked player, also in this group, and Get the feeling that that's going to be some contest when she and Szocs meet.
Let 6-9. 10-6.
Wow. Setting up a game point there with a big error. Well, here it is. This could be it. And it is. Beautifully done.
Game to Szocs.
On the backhand.
The match ends
And she takes it out in the end, 11-6. Funny match in many ways. Szocs unruffled, but at times it looked as if her opponent Alhodaby had the firepower to cause trouble, only for it to all end with that. And no great celebration, there's no smiles, no great show of emotion. Job done.
Yeah, very impressive though, very impressive. Neat and tidy, played within herself. Saw where the danger was from and was able to just see her off, restrict the opportunities for the Egyptian. Very impressive for Bernadette Szocs.
So Alhodaby with 25 points taken against her opponent, 11-7, 11-5, 11-7, 11-6. Szocs now focus on Pritika Pavard of France, and that's really the only obstacle to her progress from the group stage. As I said a short while ago, we have got something to look forward to as another clash involving one of the Hong Kong-China players, Du Hoikan, but the crowd will be there to watch Wang Yidi, the world-ranked number 3, is going to be up next on table 2.
Three, 1. Eleven 5, second game to Szocs. Eleven 7, third game to Szocs. What? Three. Eleven 6, game to Szocs. The match ends.
This is Hong Kong's former world number 7, Du Hui-Kem, who is up against one of the top 3 players in the world. In fact, the world ranked number 3, Wang Yidi. As we welcome you back to the ITTF World Cup here in Macau. And at the Galaxy Arena, we are looking forward to this one. It's a Group 3 clash in this, the opening stage, the first stage of competition between the 27-year-old Chinese player and the experienced 27-year-old from Hong Kong, China. This really is one to look forward to, if only because Du in picture there is somebody who, as I've said already, has got the pedigree. And that world number 7 ranking came as recently as 2022, which just goes to show that you've got somebody there who has the potential on their day to do damage. But can they do damage to a player of Wang Yidi's pedigree? And this is somebody who is even higher ranked than the defending champion, Chen Meng, at this stage of her career. Des Corkill's with me, and I think, you know, as we've worked our way through these fascinating round 1 matches today, we've seen some quality, but we haven't always seen both players capable of producing great quality at the same time. That might be the case in this one, right?
It certainly should be. You wonder what caused such a precipitous decline for Du Hui-Kem. Hong Kong athlete who made the name mainly as a doubles player.
Introduce women tables. Du Hui-Kem representing Hong Kong, China.
Less than 2 years ago.
Wang Yidi representing China. 来自中国香港的组对阵来自中国的王艺迪。
2 years ago.
Umpire at women tables.
And this kind of atmosphere, not too far from her own town, in Macau, this could be the place where she says, okay, time to try to climb up those rankings once again, and to try and give a really good time to somebody who's world number 2, Yidi.
Yeah, she's obviously got the pedigree to do so. The only thing is she's up against a player who's got some decent form behind her. Wang Yidi's most recent outings, well, in Incheon, it was the semi-final loss to the world number 1, Sun Ying-sha, comprehensive one as well, 4-love. Before that, she made the final in Singapore at the Smash there, but went down to Wang Manyu. As for Du has been playing an awful lot recently. 8 tournament appearances in 2024 already, and the best result being a semi-final in a feeder event in Beirut.
She won't be intimidated by the woman on the other side of the net, although she should be, because Wang Yidi is a very, very intimidating player. Got herself up to number 2. As you say, a couple of WTT star contender and a WT champions in Frankfurt last year. Actually, she's world ranked number 3. I thought she was 2. No, world ranked number 3. Wang Yidi.
Yeah, she's 3 at the moment, and she's been 2. The career's best has been 2, but she's up there, always in with a look. Was in the chair. And he is most likely going to be overseeing a high-quality, high-tempo affair here, assisted by Werner Koller. Breezing through this opening day of action here in Macau. Plenty of great stuff still to come, as we'll be with you right into the evening. As every single one, all 16 groups that'll be the case over the next 2 days. But right now, it's time for this one to get going.
One love.
Hui-Kem, good start.
Powerful start from Hui-Kem from Hong Kong. Doing the retrieving, there was Wang Yidi.
One all.
Yeah, this is going to be a proper match.
Just thinking that, where these two shape up.
One,
2.
Power again.
Nice the backhand.
It's twice she's gone wide to that backhand, isn't it, already? She was looking for the net there. Yeah, let given.
1, 2. All.
Keen to use that backhand. Keen to put Wang Yidi on her backhand.
Real venom in that one, into the body there of Wang Yidi. And this is nip and tuck early on. It's the case of win one, lose one. You feel she's the aggressor so far, the Hong Kong-China player, looking to dictate the rallies.
Terrific rally for Wang Yidi.
Well, she was in charge of that one for sure. Wang Yidi, just edges in front.
Backhand, forehand.
Three, 5.
Flashes that forehand. Oh, look at this.
Once again, look at that.
Three, 6.
Oh, 3 in a row for Wang Yidi. It's getting away from Du Huiken.
Make it 4. And suddenly, Wang Yidi is stretching away in this first game. She wins another. She actually won 3-love, Wang Yidi, when they met in Budapest in 2022. She misses that, and you'd have bet on her putting that one away, Des.
Absolutely. There haven't been any errors from Wang Yidi up until here. And she's not too far away. It's the right shot. It's a centimetre too far. Lovely compact stance. Well, maybe we're seeing why Du has tumbled down the rankings. Just not able to cope with the intensity from the other side of the net.
Oh, and she's outmaneuvered there as well. You get the feeling she's looking to impose a power game on Wang, and it's just not happening.
This was from 3-all.
Oh, and now that is comprehensive. 11-4 goes the first game, just like that. And from what looked like a very tight competitive affair early on, that turned into a stroll.
An impressive stroll. Where from 3-all, there was just one error from Wang Yidi, and that was from a rally in which she was dominant. But again, just couldn't cope with the intensity coming from the Chinese players' side from there to power.
Yeah, let's call that a power walk, shall we? That really was something of a flex, really, by the China player there. An interesting thing, of course, is looking to figure out what this woman is looking to bring to the match. She started off with power. When that didn't work, really just lost her way.
Well, the backhand was the weapon of choice in the first 3 points. That's what. 3 points. Thereafter, she was restricted in using it, and Wang Yidi. Oh, so that's why you're number 3 in the world, huh?
You'd say solid, but she plays with an athleticism that maybe belies the way she's set up to the table, because some of those winners towards the end of that game were highly impressive. Maneuvered her opponent way out of place.
Oh.
One love.
Gosh.
There's power on show here from Wang Yidi.
One all.
Well, knock that one down in the calendar.
Just what the Hong Kong China player needed, though. Needs to somehow re-establish herself.
One two.
It's venomous, and there's no discernible movement from behind the camera. And yet, then that ball just flies at some pace, even in the slow motion.
If you look at Du's reaction a couple of times now, she's been taken aback.
3-1.
Wow.
Well, let's see if there's an error on the forehand. No.
This is as good as anything we've seen so far today.
This is impressive.
Chen, Meng included. This has been impressive. If only because the quality of the opposition that she's facing. And she's blasting the ball past her. Case in point.
Let's do fearsome forehands, back-to-back points. 11-4, 4-1. So quickly into position. And it's the whole body, it's the whole right-hand side. Shoulder, elbow, wrist.
Well, that time she didn't have the up and berates herself for it, but that's a rare moment of success there for Du.
Good punch backhand, though. Nice and tight over the net.
Five.
That was a rally worth the name. Yidi with the error into the net. So Hui Kem inching her way back into this second stanza.
And again,
5-4.
5-4 it is. A comeback in this second game. Well, that was the break that maybe Wang Yidi needed there. She acknowledged as much. Materially affected, do that. Just that, throwing her off there.
Pace is incredible when they do get these rallies going. And well done to Hui Kem. Edged her way back into this set at 5-6 down. Misses it. Some terrific rallies at the moment, though, Dykesy.
Real pace, and it's no great surprise. This really is the contest I think we're expecting, and we came into this one. And remember, it's the German Shan who's going to be looking on and watching and wondering, because both of these can be a handful. She's the third player in this group, group 3, remember.
7-6.
Neck and neck once again, 7-all. And it's not going quite the way it was in the first game for Wang Yidi, in large part down to a real step up in quality that we've seen here from Hui Kem.
Running around. The start of this set was a 4-1 Wang Yidi.
That's a little look at the form that took her to number 7 in the world. That's a good all-round game she's got on show here. Starting with a serve. I'm not sure what the script called for, but I don't think it was this necessarily. 7-9. How are we going to see this one leveled up at a game apiece?
Timeout being called.
And this is a crucial time. This really is a critical time here. What's it going to take? It doesn't really matter. Just any way of getting those couple of points. Just to level things up at 1-1 would sow seeds of doubt, one would imagine, even in the world number 3. His job was easy in the first game. He sat back, as we all did, and just wondered and marveled at how powerful Wang Yidi's game was, but it's got a lot tougher since then.
Calling timeouts can be a wonderful thing, or it can rebound against you. You've got a rhythm going, you're in the lead, you're setting yourself up for a leveling set. Or does it disrupt your rhythm?
Some seriously detailed instructions going in there, Des. Whichever way, to answer your question, I don't know. It's such a critical point of this game and the match, you'd say as well. Whoever comes out of this timeout with the instructions that they need to materially turn it into points, well, that would turn out to be a huge timeout. And it's a miss. It's a miss, which hands Cheonhui the opportunity. (10-8). Game point. She's done it. 11-8. She's fought back, and having been blown away in game one, Hong Kong's Duhoi Cam suddenly has made a real contest of this.
Well, at the start of the first game, it was nice and tight, 3-all. We expected something very, very close. Then Yidi was able to forge clear. But in the second stanza, look at that. Hoi Kem has pulled it right back. A really well-judged timeout in the middle of Wang Yidi's serve. Maybe upset the rhythm of the world number 3. So we are all square. That's beautifully done by the woman from Hong Kong, China.
And we knew and suspected really that she had it in her. It's just a question of could she harness it. And it looked very much as if on the evidence of game one it wasn't going to be the case, but there's been some fantastic play from the Hong Kong representative in this one so far. And it sets us up perfectly. This is going to be the final match of this session, and it seems like a fitting way to round things up here.
Just wondering what Chen is thinking about. Think, gosh, I got the wrong draw here.
Either that, or this could turn out to be a super tight group. Absolutely. It's always that.
Yeah. Right then, we can with the initiative.
Last one.
Ferocity. And that was really reminiscent of game one from Wang Yidi there. The two trading blows and she coming out on top.
Love the way early in that rally she was just able to fend off one chest high. Created the opening. Put it wide.
Yeah, and she's beating herself up about that. Overcooked it. But there's some real hate about these exchanges.
Clip the table. It's been given as a... Oh no.
No, she went long. Did that find the table? It did somehow.
We are watching, everybody. To each.
Free. 4.
Nice serve, but too much on the forehand that followed it.
Bit of a change up there, but Wang was so quick to react. Pounced on it. Just the errors creeping in now, or are they forced? As Wang Yidi just turns the screw a little bit in game 3 here.
Points are all ending with errors, but the intensity in the point beforehand. Of course, if you look at the score, talking about error, 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 but that's not the story of the game.
Tension. That's what I think is coming through more than anything. These two know that they're in a tight contest. And there they go again.
It is. It's like a boxing match, this, isn't it? It's good. Slugging.
And as it is, we're just edging our way towards the climax to this third game. And it might just turn out to be a critical lead, this one. 3 points the advantage for world number 3. Make that 4 now. And Du is going to have to come up with something a little bit special once again. We've seen it before. She's been less convincing in this game. It's really a power game, this one, isn't it? They're both content to just, as you say, slug it out.
Far from Du Hoi Kem.
She can't afford many more mistakes now. This game's just slipping away from her. And another one, and that takes Wang Yidi within a point now. And she has a handful of game points.
That top shot showed the pace, but also the prodigious side spin on the serve from Wang Yidi.
Does she close it out? She serves 10-5. And she does. Oh no, leg him.
10-5.
That's it. 11-5. And the intensity Just dropped a little bit there. Certainly from Du, unable to match it.
Having got all square at one apiece, I think for Du to actually try to capitalise on that momentum that she had, but she was unable to.
Just wonder if that second game took its toll. Just wonder if the effort required to win it maybe forced a reaction in the third.
19 games won. Getting talking to her coach.
It's been a funny match, this one, in that it looks as if it was going one way. Do change the narrative entirely, but now she obviously can't lose this one, but she'll be looking to win it 3-1, will Wang Yidi. What next? Well, it's entirely on the Hong Kong player to change things around here.
Absolutely.
And, you know, you say maybe she can come out all guns blazing. She's been blazing pretty hard already. Just a question of cutting out those errors.
Yeah, keep the ball on the table. There were too many going long. Force long. Going long all the same.
Last one.
Keep it on the table.
Yeah. Keep it in play.
One all.
On the table, but in the net.
Yeah.
We'll keep it on the table and over the net.
Again, high quality stuff though.
It is, it is. It's going for a big shot.
One.
Indeed, couldn't control it.
Yeah, and a little bit surprised at that as well. Disappointed too. 2-1. Du. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant from Wang Yidi.
Defense. Top class. That's brilliant. That's superb. That's careless.
Always going one way at that point. And she just has that ability to step up. Virtually no backlift. Such power generated on that forehand.
The edge of the table. Indeed. More than the edge, it was just missed.
Either way, this is a highly competitive fourth game already. Always on the back foot, always struggling. As soon as she was pinned on that backhand, Wang Yidi extracts the point to go 4-3 in front.
Been given a real examination though, Wang Yidi. I do quite Ken.
That's an examination she's more than happy to take, though, because that is bringing the very best out in her. And, you know, you look at tournament sport and you look at whether you want to ease your way into it or whether you want to hit the ground running. Well, she hasn't got any choice really here, but to demonstrate this kind of form this early in the week has to be encouraging.
Let's clip the edge.
That one did, and that's a huge point as well. You had a feeling if that had gone the other way, it's slipping away again from Du.
Keep it on the table. That's what Du Hui Kem hasn't been able to do. Not enough, anyway.
Black. 4-6.
Now the heat is on. Now the pressure cranks up a little bit on Du Hui Kem. She's running out of time. If she's to salvage something from this one, square it up.
Just lost her way in the last 4 points or so. Or not been allowed to find her way by the intensity on the other side of the net.
9-4.
And it's a terrible time to do that. That lack of focus, whatever it might be, that one just sails harmlessly long, and now she's 5 points down. This one finds the net, and it's there. It's a game point to take out this fourth and final game for a 3-1 victory, should it happen for Wang Yidi. And she does. 11-4. And in the end, it was something of a whimper rather than the roar that we saw in game 2 from the Hong Kong player. Handshakes and maybe some thoughts of what might have been there. It's a 3-1 final scoreline, 41 points to 24, the aggregate there. And it was a game that had some height stairs, and at its best, that was as good as anything we've seen in terms of a contest so far today.
Yeah, in terms of intensity, very, very good. But as you say, it was a little bit of an anti-climax in the end, because Yidi was able to capitalise on too many errors that were kind of forced. But you'd seen that Du had produced those shots in the second game, so was more than capable of doing it. But Wang Yidi, that's a tough assignment on day one. That will be much tougher than that in the rest of this week.
So we've seen 2 of the top Chinese players in action already. We'll see the remaining 2 in the later session, which will be coming your way from Macau. That means we'll be seeing the world #1 Sun Yingsha in action against a Hong Kong player, Zhu Chengzhu. We'll also see Wang Manyu playing up against Adina Tikhonu of Romania. That's part of a packed schedule we'll have for you coming up later on. Time for a break. When we do come back to Table 2 action here in Macau, we'll be seeing the youngest player in the women's singles draw here. That's Miwa Harimoto from Japan, 15 years young, and she'll be coming up against somebody 20 years her senior in Canada's Zhang Bo. That's a Group 10 match that we're looking forward to seeing, and we've brought you 8 highly entertaining affairs already, as this new look World Cup has been entertaining us at the Galaxy Arena. For now, though, time for myself and Des to take a little bit of a breather. We'll be back soon from Macau.
2.
New Hirano representing China， 来自新西兰的。
9-2.
Again, 1. Thank you. Thank you. Five, 1.
Eleven 9. Fourth game.
Three, 1. Eleven 6. Game to Szocs. The match ends.
One, 2.
Three, 5.